with you the findings of the Africa Sustainable Development Report, which is developed collaboratively with the African Union Commission, UNDP, and the African Development Bank. The report aims to provide an integrated reporting on performance of both the 2030 agenda and the 2063 agenda. And in this first slide, basically, what we show here is the broad areas or pillars that underpin both agendas. What the 2030 agenda, it is the planet, people, planet, prosperity, partnership, and peace. And for the 2063 agenda, it is peace and governance, improved living standards, transformed, inclusive, and sustainable economies, an integrated Africa, and youth and gender empowerment. So we will go through the pillars that are also, of course, interlinked across the two agendas. The first point that I'd like to make is that the progress in the area of growth, economic growth, and poverty reduction has slowed in the recent decade compared to the previous decade. While we were making progress in reducing poverty, in the last decade between 2013 and 2019, the rate at which poverty was declining slowed. And of course, this has not taken into full account what COVID has done to several economies and to this trajectory. Now, if we look at the pillar on people, look at the issues of hunger, health, and education. On hunger, what is striking is the increase in the incidence or prevalence of undernourishment. The number of people who are undernourished in Africa increased by 20% compared to 2013. So in 2019, the figures were 20% higher than 2013. And food security, food insecurity is also a challenge in Africa. It's the highest compared to other continents, and it's double the global average of 25%. Food insecurity is at 53%. And the undernourishment is quite acute in East Africa and then West Africa. In the area of health, while there's been improvements in life expectancy from 57 years in 2010 to 61 years in 2018, and while maternal and under 5 mortality rates have declined over time, they still remain 2.6% higher than the global average. In education, the key issue here is quality of education. Primary enrollments have increased, but the quality of education remains a concern. And while the literacy rate is now at around 86%, progress has been quite slow. And participation in organized learning at pre-primary level is also not increasing as fast as we'd like it to. Now, under the same pillar of people, when we look at issues of social protection, gender equality, and other inequalities, it is important to highlight that under social protection, very few of our population actually is covered by any form of social protection benefit. Only 13%. It's a little bit better in North Africa where it's 39%. But in an era of particularly COVID, this becomes really important. Now on the gender equality issues, the progress has been mixed. Violence against women in partnership is higher in Africa than other regions. Early marriages is a concern. But on the positive side, the share of women in national parliaments is at par with the global average. Now on inequalities, data remains quite scant, but the little data that is available indicates that inequality is rising.
We seem to have lost Bartholomew. Okay.
Is it back?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you now.
I hope you didn't lose me for too long. Inequalities is a challenge, but we need more data on inequality. But it seems that when we look at extreme poverty as a proxy for inequality, North Africa is doing quite well. But in Central Africa, it is higher than 50%. Now, on the pillar of prosperity, we look at issues of GDP growth as an indicator of prosperity. And when we look at that indicator, we find that over the period from 1981 to 2019, this 39-year average, Africa has grown at around 4.6%. While this may seem good, when given the low levels of development, we need around 7% to be able to make a big difference. And so this is something that we need to work on. Another indicator really in the area of prosperity is labor productivity, which has declined by 79%. And labor productivity is really an important indicator of how a country is going to really move into the middle income class. With this declining in labor productivity, and as we move into a more digital economy, this becomes a concern. And what we're observing is that jobs are moving from agriculture, where we have most of the employment, into the service industry. Now, for countries that have really developed, most of them have actually developed through industry. So this shortcut from agriculture to industry, bypassing from services to from agriculture to services, bypassing industry is a concern, because that's when most of the jobs and the good jobs are created. Now, again, on inequalities, when we look at inequality beyond income, look at, for example, access to energy, we find that only about 60% of African population has no access to electricity. And so this unequal access to energy is a big concern. Now, on again, the issue of data prevents us from doing a more detailed analysis of these inequalities. But from the data that we have, it shows that inequality is not improving. And also access to clean fuels and technology is not at where it should be, where it's very low. And access to that kind of clean fuels is critical for the welfare of our households. Now, in the area of the planet, again, the data becomes an issue. Data is limited for the environmental goals. Only a small number of SDGs were achieved in the area of environment, such as those relating to the signing of protocols and policies. North Africa has has relatively more gaps to close in meeting the planet-related goals. In the area of water and sanitation, progress is not very fast. Africa it's below the record of implementing the integrated water resource management, and it has a 40% rating compared to the world average of 49%. In terms of implementing the integrated water resource management agreements. Now, progress in transboundary cooperation on shared waters has also been limited, with only 19 countries, or 35% of the region, engaged in such transboundary cooperation. On sustainable consumption, food waste and food losses are estimated at 14% due to production inefficiencies. And there's not been much progress in the management of chemical waste, including electronic waste. Waste recycling is also a challenge. So when we look at life below water, for example, in this issue of environmental indicators. Africa has achieved mixed progress against this goal, with a protection rate of only 46% of its marine resources are protected. However, in terms of pollution, Africa's marine resources are less polluted than those in other regions of the world. But we need to do a better job in terms of more sustainable exploitation of our fish stocks. With respect to life on land, forest degradation is a big concern. And this is important, particularly since Africa can be and is a potential source of carbon sinks. You know, these forest reserves can be a potential source of environmental sustainability. And if we don't continue to deforest this resource, it will be a challenge for addressing sustainable development in the future. In terms of biodiversity, only 10 of the 54 countries had achieved their targets. But on the positive side, there's been a marginal increase in the proportion of key biodiversity areas by about 4.5%. Now, in terms of peace and security, this is an area where there have been some retrogression. 74% of African countries face major challenges in achieving SDG 16, while 23% face significant challenges. This is due to increased incidence of conflicts, terrorism, and insurgency. Only 26% of the AU's 2019 target has been achieved in the area of democratic governance. And West Africa in particular has seen a decline in the quality of democracy. Now COVID-19 also seems to have increased the incidence or reduced the level of participation of civic groups in our democratic processes. The pandemic has reduced participation and may lead to a breakdown of trust and social contract between governments and civilians. As governments put in place measures, social distancing measures, I think in some cases it has been at the cost of consultation and participation of civil society. In the area of corruption, Africa fares worse than other parts of the world in terms of corruption. The continent is the lowest scoring region in the Corruption Perception Index, and only 4% of the African Union's target value for 2019 was achieved. On partnerships, if we're looking at indicators such as the revenue to GDP, which has been declining by 7%. But on the other hand, the share of the budget that is domestically funded increased from 61 to 67%. So on the one hand, our ability to domestically mobilize revenue has declined, but we are funding a larger proportion of our budgets from our own resources. Now, ODA, which has been a source of resources for a lot of developing countries, is below the target of 0.7% has not been met. Meanwhile, there has been a slight increase in remittance flows. What is interesting is that remittance flows dwarf ODA flows. So moving forward, efforts to attract more remittances and channel them into investments will be critical. Now, is Africa on track? This table gives you a snapshot of areas where there's a lot of work needs to be done and areas where we need to maintain progress. The green areas are areas where we need to maintain progress to achieve the target. The yellow are areas where we need to accelerate progress to achieve the target, and the red is where we're going in the wrong direction and we'll have to reverse the trend. It is important to note here that on debt sustainability, this is an area where with COVID, this green will actually be moving, may actually move in the wrong direction if countries do not have access to liquidity to address their debt situation. We currently have 6 countries, African countries out of 7 in debt distress, and a few more are joining those ranks. And so an orderly addressing of our debt situation is going to be critical to determine how we progress moving forward. So in summary, Africa's growth has been positive, but not fast enough to achieve the SDGs. Meanwhile, with COVID, our fiscal deficits and debts are rising, and our remittances are also going to estimated to fall by about 20% because of COVID. So we need to have a renewed focus on accessing liquidity and building and strengthening our social protection systems to ensure that those who fall out of, who fall into poverty have some buffers to survive. We need to enhance investments in key enabling areas such as health, mental health, governance, and also to put in place reforms to reduce corruption and rent-seeking impulses. The area of environment actually offers an opportunity for recovery. Studies have shown that investing in renewables and green investments can actually create more jobs than in brown investments or fossil fuel-based investments. So this is an opportunity that COVID has thrown up that African countries might want to take up. Now, I'd like to conclude that with the notion that illicit financial flows have been a drain on Africa's resources, and tackling that as part of our debt management strategy will be critical moving forward. So at this stage, I'd like to conclude this presentation. And the next presentation, which looks at the integrated planning or reporting tool, really focuses on how we can better plan in response to this impact of this COVID, how we can use technology to improve our planning systems and to better understand the relationships between our international commitments, for example, the 2063 agenda and the 2030 agenda, because that understanding, that horizontal linkages between our international commitments, understanding how they link up is critical to integrating them vertically into our national development plans and then tracking progress subsequently. So Mr. Chairman, I'll bring my presentation to a conclusion and give the next presenter an opportunity to give you a demonstration of the integrated planning and reporting tool. Thank you.
Thank you, Bartholomew, for such a very clear presentation on the areas.
I think we lost you.
We have power issues. They will be back in a few seconds.
Told you.
We have unmuted. This is where it's choosing to. Hello? Hello? We don't hear volume. Yes, yeah, it's back now, but not here. Yes, we are back. And sorry about that interruption. We lost our internet connection for some time, but let's go straight to the presentation by Tadele Ferretti on the integrated planning and reporting toolkit. Tadele, you have the platform, please.
Thank you very much, Excellencies and guests. My name is Tadele from the Macroeconomics and Governance Division. I will be presenting what is called the Integrated Planning and Reporting Toolkit. Before going directly to the demonstration of the toolkit, let me give you just an overview of the background and the purpose of the toolkit itself. As you remember, we have the evolution of sustainable development and financing frameworks from Millennium Development Goals and to the Paris Agreement in December 2050. So countries have agreed to implement these different multiple development agendas into their national development plans. So the questions, there are three questions along this line. The first one is, do these multiple development agendas speak each other? The second and the related question is, how can these agendas be embedded into national frameworks and harmonized reporting system? The third question is, how can countries leverage synergies among multiple development initiatives? These questions can be addressed through a coherent integration of these multiple development agendas into national development plans. Then ECA's integrated and planning and reporting toolkit is designed to address these questions. Now, where is the mandate coming from? The mandate is coming from the Conference of Ministers of the 2016 conference. So in that conference, ECA and the African Union Commission were asked to develop a toolkit to help countries align national multiple development agendas into their development plans. Now, ECA's integrated planning and reporting toolkit is a tool that facilitates the alignment and integration of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 at both target indicator levels. It also simultaneously allows for assessing the alignment of national development plans with both agendas, and also provides evidence of the extent of alignment by sector and by dimension. By dimension, we mean economic, social, and environmental. It also provides and generates reports on the extent of integration of both agendas. Identify reasons for integration, and this is actually the basis for designing capacity development plans. So the reports generated by this toolkit can help countries prepare voluntary national reports or reviews for the high-level political forum. It also tracks performance, in terms of the achievement of SDGs or Agenda 2063. Overall, in the IPRT, one can find all in one, right? Now, having said this, I would go straight to the demonstration of the toolkit. Let me share the toolkit itself. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, this is ECS Integrated Planning and Reporting Toolkit. Now, this toolkit has different modules. As you can see, the first module is what we call the agendas module. In the agendas module, what you find is the two agendas, SDGs and Agenda 2063. SDGs, we have this in terms of goals, number of targets, and also as well as indicators. And for Agenda 2063, you have these goals, targets, and as well as indicators, including aspirations and priority areas. Now, we have these two pictures. The first one is SDGs. The first SDG, the first picture shows you the three circles with a common center. The inner circle shows you goals. The second circle shows you targets. The third, the outer circles shows you indicators. And for SDGs, we have these 17 goals and also targets as well as indicators. Likewise for Agenda 2063. Now, if one wishes to assess the alignment between SDGs and Agenda 2063 at goal level, this is where one can get. For example, on the vertical axis, you have SDGs. On the horizontal axis, you have this Agenda 2063 goals. Now, in the middle, this matrix has also different colors. That's the green color and also the red color. The green color indicates there is a strong alignment between goals. For example, goal number one of SDG is strongly aligned with goal number one of Agenda 2063, goal number 7 of Agenda 2063, and also there is another goal here. Let me up here. Yes, goal number 17 of Agenda 2063. So likewise, the red color shows you there is weak alignment. There is some form of alignment, but the extent of alignment is very, very weak. Now, this is a dashboard. In the dashboard, what you can see is the extent of alignment by goal level, target level, and indicator level. Now, at the top, what you see here is Agenda 2030 alignment with Agenda 2063. Then you have goals, targets, and indicators. Now, at goal level, goal number 1 is aligned with Agenda 2063 goals. The extent of alignment is indicated in the last column. That's strong, strong, and strong. Likewise, you can see and assess the extent of alignment at goal level for the 17 goals and for the 20 goals for Agenda 2063. Next, one can also assess the extent of alignment at target level. If you click the targets, you can see that targets are indicated by letter T. T 1.1 simply means that the first number indicates goal number 1. And the next number indicates that's the first target. The first target for this, the first goal. Now, the first target is aligned with target 7 of the first goal of Agenda 2063. And the second target of goal number 1 is aligned with target 7 of the first goal of Agenda 2063. And the extent of alignment is indicated here, whether weak or you can go for each target for each goal for both agendas. Last is for the indicators. You can also assess the level of indicators, the level of alignment of indicators for both agendas, SDGs and Agenda 2063. And you see that the level of indicator assessment is indicated by letter I. That's 1. The first number is goal. The second number is target. And the third number is indicator, meaning that the first indicator for the first target and for the first goal. And that is weakly aligned with the 7th indicator of the 7th target of the first goal of Agenda 2063. So this is the goal by goal, target by target, and indicator by indicator alignment of the first module. The second module is for national module. In the national module, you can look at, for example, here the case of Uganda. Because Uganda has also adopted the most recent national development plan. Let me change for Ethiopia, for example. Now, for this national module, you can assess country-specific alignment issues. For Ethiopia, the second growth and transformation plan. Now, the extent of alignment for SDGs is almost 80%. And with regard to Agenda 2063 is close to 54%. Now, the alignment of this growth transformation plan with SDGs is indicated here with this graph. And with Agenda 2063 is also indicated this graph. You have these different colors: green, orange, and red. The green color is that the Ethiopia's growth and transformation plan is at goal level, whether target level or indicator level is fully aligned. The orange color is partially aligned, and the red is not aligned. You see that if you look at SDGs, for example, look at the inner circle. Oh, you see that all are green except goal number 14. Goal number 14, Ethiopia is a landlocked country, and that oceans, lakes is not a priority for the country, and that is weakly or not a priority for that country. And likewise for Agenda 2063, you see that you see more red colors than SDGs, meaning that at goal level, even Ethiopia's growth and transformation plan is strongly aligned with SDGs than with Agenda 2063 and so on. You can assess the extent of alignment of national development plans with SDGs and Agenda 2063 for each and every country. The third module is the Africa-wide module. That is what we call the Africa module. Here, what you see here is that the presentation of all countries in a single shot. Here we have the vertical axis Agenda 2063. We have on the horizontal axis SDGs. Now countries are placed along this quadrant, either to the far right or to close to the origin, depending on the extent of their alignment with regard to SDGs and Agenda 2063. For example, look at Seychelles. Seychelles is about 69 alignment with SDGs and almost 68.6% alignment with Agenda 2063. Likewise for Ethiopia. This green dots show that they are better aligned countries. For those that are Burkina Faso and others, there's a weak integration of both agendas. So you can also look at countries in both agendas. Look at this in terms of detailed characterization of the alignment heat map at goal level can be provided here. You can see here is that this is SDG alignment for the vertical axis indicates the number of countries, or the list of countries, and the horizontal axis indicates the goal level alignment, 17 goals. You see that countries are at different stages in terms of the degree of alignment. For Egypt, for example, and Ethiopia, and other Seychelles and Uganda, they are better aligned with SDGs at goal level. And the second graph shows you Agenda 2063 alignment with different countries. So here you can see the presentation of countries in terms of the extent of alignment with regard to the two agendas. Now the colors are fully aligned, partially aligned, and not aligned. Not aligned is indicated by the red color. Fully aligned is indicated by the green color, and partially aligned is indicated by the orange color. So this is the Africa-wide dashboard. You can also look at the number of countries whose national development plans have been uploaded into the IPRT system. It's an excellent dashboard, so you can track countries' progress with regard to the alignment between these. Now, the fourth module is the SDGs progress module, or Agenda 2063 progress module. Now we have this ECA dashboard. What you see here is that you have these boxes, choose region and choose country. I'm presenting here with regard to SDG progress assessment dashboard. Now, if you look at, if you click, for example, the region, then the blue one is progress being made. And the gray one is progress need to achieve the target by 2030. And we have the light blue or light red or gray, that's insufficient data. You see that we have this gray, we have a very huge gap between since 2000 in terms of achieving goal number 1. And also we have very good progress in terms of goal number 6. And also maybe perhaps goal number 15 as Africa as a whole. We have also some kind of backward slide with regard to climate action and also peace, justice, and institutions. If one wishes to analyze sub-regional progress at sub-regional office, for example, West Africa, then you can see that they house West African countries as a whole progress in terms of achieving SDGs. There is, if you look at, for example, red, there is kind of regression in goal number 9 and some kind of insufficient data on goal number 14. Good progress in goal number 3 and also goal number 8 for West African countries. Likewise for East African countries. You can compare, by the way, sub-regional offices in terms of their achievement with regard to the SDGs. So, or if one wishes to analyze by regional economic communities like COMESA, ECOWAS, AAC, SADC, what have you, then you can also use IPRT to assess the degree of progress with regard to SDG progress. Let us look at COMESA, the first one. COMESA countries as a group, you see that very good progress on goal number 6, as well as goal number 2 perhaps, and 3 compared to other goals. So you can track other ECOWAS, for example, sub-regional regional economic communities in terms of their progress with regard to SDGs progress. Or if one wishes to analyze country-specific progress with regard to SDG progress, yes, IPRT provides that information. IPRT is a useful tool in terms of assessing country progress with regard to country-specific progress. Look at, for example, Algeria now, the first country according to alphabetical order. Algeria, we have this one. There is some good progress in goal number 4, goal number 3, and these 2 goals are now moving in the right direction, and regression on goal number 8 and goal number 9. There is kind of a traffic red light. And also you can choose other countries. For example, what have you here? Egypt, for example. You can see Egypt based on the data, or you can also Ethiopia, for example. You can assess the degree of progress with regard to SDG implementation, or for that matter, Agenda 2060. Right? So overall, you can use IPRT in terms of assessing the extent of implementation of SDGs or Agenda 2063, and know the country status, know the sub-regional offices in terms of their progress with regard to SDGs and Agenda 2063. The last module is on data analysis. So in data analysis, you can have this an excellent data visualization and data presentation. So the IPRT also provides you data presentation for each goal, for each indicator, and also for SDGs and Agenda 2063. So overall, you can also produce reports, by the way. You can also produce and generate reports for SDGs and for Agenda 2063 using IPRT, either in PDF format or in Excel format. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tadeu. Both presentations provided us with very, very, very important information related to the status of implementation and progress towards both agendas. I want to open now for any interventions. I'll only give people 5 minutes because we are running out of time. We are running behind schedule. If we could get interventions. And if Secretariat could help us, please, identifying people who want to make interventions on both presentations. I seem to have. All right.
Africa on average loses 5 to 9% of its GDP due to climate disasters and climate shocks every year. This week we will be discussing ways in which we can build forward better, ways in which we can build forward greener. A resilient Africa actually creates more jobs for women, more jobs for the youth, has a lot more opportunity for SMEs. A resilient Africa is an Africa where our energy is cleaner, greener, more sustainable and more affordable. These are the themes that we will be talking about over the next few days. We're also hoping to talk about internet connectivity and how a resilient Africa can help us with logistics as we've launched the African continent. Will be discussing ways in which we can build investment in the green ways in which we can build a gross value added off the continent that could reach the trillions if more jobs for the youth to put has a lot more policies for SMEs, that ensure that Africa a resilient Africa is an Africa where our energy is cleaner, greener, sustainable and more affordable. These are the themes that we will be talking about over the next few days. We're also hoping to talk about internet connectivity. We hope and how that together during this next few days we can talk about the African week for Africa, discussing a transition that allows investment into ways in which we can build gross value added off the continent, natural gas into a more sustainable emissions continent has a lot more policies as ensure that a resilient Africa is going to take Africa sustainable citizens, but also of the international community to ensure that we can go from 60% access to energy to 100% energy, and we hope that we can do that in a way that allows us to also power our industry, give our jobs to our women, ensure that kids can go to school and have affordable electricity, and that women can cook safely with clean gas. Today, about 23 million African women die because of poor cooking stoves. Financing this green recovery is financing Africa's future. It's building towards a prosperous Africa by 2030. Enjoy the African Regional Sustainable Development Forum. Welcome virtually to all the guests, and thank you to the government of Congo for welcoming the Economic Commission of Africa to Congo and for launching a more resilient Africa with us. Thank you.
We are focusing on building forward for an African green recovery because Africa faces an unprecedented crisis. Africa faces its first recession in 25 years, and it's obvious that by using the same modalities to try and build our economies, we will not build the resilience that we need. African economies have been too dependent on extractive industries and the export of commodities, and we need to diversify those economies and look at that diversification in a sustainable way, which also builds resilience to climate change. And what we have seen through a case study on South Africa is that we get the most output in relation to investments, for example, in renewable energy, where we see more than 250% more jobs by investment in these sectors compared to traditional fossil fuel-based sectors. We're also seeing that in terms of value added, that there is over 420% more value added by investment in green sectors compared to investment in traditional sectors. So the focus of the report is really where do we put our stimulus money to have the maximum impact, and what we are seeing is this is around resilient infrastructure, particularly renewable energy. It's about resilient food security systems which lean on the African continental free trade area. It's also about redefining our relationship with nature through nature-based solutions, whereby we are investing in nature to create jobs but also protect nature in the long term. Examples include the Great Green Wall of the Sahel or Ethiopia's Green Legacy program, for example. And we must, of course, to achieve all of this, have sustainable finance. And this is where this links also with a report already released by the ECA on Building Forward Together, where we look at innovative financing mechanisms to achieve this green recovery for Africa. We are focusing on building forward for an African green recovery because Africa faces an unprecedented crisis. Africa faces its first recession in 25 years, and it's obvious that by using the same modalities to try and build our economies, we will not build the resilience that we need. African economies have been too dependent on extractive industries and the export of commodities. And we need to diversify those economies and look at that diversification in a sustainable way, which also builds resilience to climate change. And what we have seen through a case study on South Africa is that we get the most output in relation to investments, for example, in renewable energy, where we see more than 250% more jobs by investment in these sectors compared to traditional fossil fuel-based sectors. We're also seeing that in terms of value added, that there is over 400% more value added.
Reconvene? Can we reconvene now? Let's go straight to interventions from the floor. I don't see anyone raising a hand.
Chair.
Steve Letsike, can you come in, please? I'm giving the participants about 5 minutes just to intervene. If you have a question for the two presenters, please go ahead. Steve, Richard Mbai, or Steve, okay?
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson. And really thanks for the presentations that were made. And I was actually intrigued with the idea of sustainability from the two presentations, because if Africa, needs a healthy economy, it will rely heavily also on the healthy production and healthy population. And I think mine coming from a social justice perspective and about how we safeguard policy, the rule of law and human rights, and particularly around protection of people, and population and citizens of Africa. My question was really pertaining the links of Agenda 2053 and also the SDG, and I was actually also looking at, the importance of, dealing with inequality, dealing with repairing the injustices of the past, and also taking in consideration the colonial legacies that we are dealing with in African countries. My question was really about whether are we reflecting good governance from the perspective of human rights in this case? Is it that we are picking up any notion of leaving no one behind, that we will be ready as a region to address the vulnerable and marginalized communities?
Okay, I think the presenters have heard you. Let's go. I'll take three. Let's go to Chaturuka. Can you go ahead, please, unmute? Mr. Chaturuka, can you unmute and then make your, okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. I was following the presentation and I didn't see the tracking of progress for Zimbabwe. Is it by default or there was no data? Because we have also recently come up with our national development strategy in which we have tried to align the national plan to the agendas. So I was very much keen to see the progress that we have made so far.
I saw that there was only one SDG that was assessed for no data that had been uploaded. So it's a question of there not having been data. But there's one on the toolkit where Zimbabwe was assessed, and Zimbabwe was doing fairly well on that one SDG, especially in terms of the integration with Agenda 2030. But otherwise, it's a question of not having data. Let's go to Richard Mbayo. Richard, if you can come on, please. Richard, are you there? Let's go to Mahmoud. Laurent, are they there? If not, let's go to His Excellency Tawonga Mshawanu. Let me allow the presenters to respond to that question.
Yes. I think there were two questions. One on the human rights aspect of the presentation on the peace, the pillar of peace. Yes, we're using the SDG indicators. So definitely there is a, we did talk about the human rights dimension in terms of the SDG indicators. So that is the framing within which our tracking was done. Now on the second question relating to Zimbabwe, I will let Tadele respond to that, but just to say that for the IPRT, the way we roll it out is that we engage with countries who are interested in using this tool, and we go through a training with them. So it is a demand-driven approach. Not all countries have uploaded their data or are currently using the IPRT. We're using this platform as an opportunity to sensitize you about this IPRT so that if you're interested as a country, we can then follow up and engage with you. But I will let Tadele respond to the specific case of Zimbabwe. Tadele?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, very useful remarks. And also I saw a number of comments on the Q&A platform. So let me, before I go to the Q&A comments. Let me go to the last question raised by my sister from Zimbabwe in terms of Zimbabwe's progress with regard to SDGs or Agenda 2063. Let me look at Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, we have the data, data uploaded for Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe's progress is, with regard to SDG, is 3.6%, and no alignment with Agenda 2063. But this is based on the previous National Development Plan of Zimbabwe, not the recent one. So we need to upload the recent National Development Plan and do the alignment and make the assessment again, and as we go forward. So the previous National Development Plan of Zimbabwe has been uploaded into the IPRT system, but not the recent one. So I would very much appreciate we can do together uploading the data or the results framework of Zimbabwe into the IPRT system, so that you can also track the progress of Zimbabwe along SDGs, along Agenda 2063. Now, that is for with regard to Zimbabwe. Now, another question indicated in the Q&A is how to access IPRT, as indicated by Bartolomeo. It is a demand-driven support. If countries are interested to use the IPRT in terms of integrating this continental and global development agendas into their national development plans, then we can provide technical support. Technical support in the form of training in two phases because of COVID. The first phase focus on a very introductory level about the functionalities of the toolkit itself. The second phase focus on more in-depth technical support for member countries that have expressed their demand to EC. So we are open if you are interested. If countries are interested to use IPRT, then we need to have kind of a clear expressed need, revealed need through letter to the executive secretary of EC. So once we receive that request, we we can organize training on the application and implementation of the toolkit to member states. Another question was how data was uploaded and inserted in the IPRT system. So this is based on
Tadeo,
yes.
I think we have an opportunity for your responses to be made online and then made available.
Yeah.
We are running behind time. I would like this juncture to thank you both, you and Bartolomeo, for very good presentations that we received, pointing to where we are, both at the continental level as well as, some indications for some countries. I wish we could upload as many of our 54 countries as possible so that, we can be clear what progress we are making, and also we can be clear about the alignment with both agendas. But this information which you have presented is very important for strategic considerations, especially in the decade of action, as to what we can do at the continental level, but also even at the regional, sub-regional, as well as at country level. The strategic actions that we need to take in order to get us on track as much as possible. So we want to thank you for that, but it opens up further discussion on what we need to do in order to move our continent to where we can achieve Agenda 2030 and be on course to achieve Agenda 2063. I want at this point to hand over to the next chair, Honorable Ingrid Olga Barakas, who is the Congolese Minister of Planning, who is going to chair the plenary roundtable panel on meeting data and statistics needs for evidence-based, inclusive, and sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 crisis and to achieve the goals of the Decade of Action and delivery of sustainable development in Africa. I want to welcome the chair and would like her to take over. I thank you, Honorable Minister, over as chair. Thank you.
Ce panel autour de la statistique. Madame la secrétaire pour l'Afrique, Madame le ministre du Tourisme et du Développement durable, chers collègues des États membres, chers partenaires au développement, Mesdames et Messieurs les panélistes, Mesdames et Messieurs, autour de cette table de Brazzaville. Plus d'une année aujourd'hui frappée de plein fouet par une grave crise sanitaire, économique et sociale. Les économies tournent au ralenti. La dette publique a brutalement augmenté. Le chômage a atteint des niveaux inquiétants. La proportion des populations malnutries et celles vivant en deux. Et je n'oublie pas, écologiques dans nos sociétés qui sont dans ce contexte trouble de notre histoire commune. Plus que jamais, l'Afrique en temps réel en vue de mesurer, d'identifier efficacement les défis auxquels elle est confrontée. La quantification des problèmes, notamment avec les ODD, doit ensuite lieu, grâce aux enquêtes statistiques, à la mise en œuvre des projets et programmes ciblés, capables, d'une part, de restaurer une croissance économique soutenue, inclusive et durable, et d'autre part, de favoriser la réalisation des années de mise en œuvre restantes et la réalisation de l'agenda 2063, l'Afrique que nous voulons. Retenu la façon de faire les besoins en données et en statistiques pour permettre une reprise durable, inclusive et fondée après la crise du Covid-19 et réaliser les objectifs de la décennie d'action durable en Afrique. Ce thème me permet d'avoir le plaisir, mais aussi l'honneur de présider cette table ronde. Cette table ronde va aborder justement l'importance et l'état de la disponibilité, de l'accès et de l'application de données statistiques précises pour la mise en œuvre du programme 2063 de l'Union africaine et l'établissement de rapports factuels à cet égard. De manière générale, la présente table ronde a pour objectif de mettre un accent plus options politiques et d'investissement pour générer des données précises et au temps voulu afin de parvenir à une reprise inclusive et durable conformément aux objectifs des deux programmes que j'ai mentionnés, mais aussi de mieux repenser et construire l'avenir après la crise COVID-19. Notre table virtuelle, nous avons 6 panélistes qui vont tenter de nous édifier sur leur expérience en soulignant la pertinence des statistiques dans le contexte actuel. Ces échanges seront conduits sous la modération de M. Oton Irungu, actuel directeur exécutif d'Amnesty International au Kenya. Je voudrais le saluer. Auparavant directeur exécutif de Society for International Development, a mis sur pied un programme d'intérêt public. Il est également président de la Kilimani, chroniqueur hebdomadaire au Sunday Standard. Excuse my English. Sans plus tarder, je voudrais inviter cordialement à prendre la parole.
Thank you very much. And with thanks, first of all, to Professor Mariam, who is managing, Marina, who is managing the previous panel, and also to my chairperson, the Honorable Ingrid Babakas. My name is Irungu Houghton, and I have the great privilege of moderating this wonderful panel on a very historic topic. That is the topic of how do we meet the data and statistical needs for evidence-based, inclusive, and sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 period, and also how do we continue to accelerate our progress against the goals of the Decade of Action and Delivery from Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, sons and daughters of Africa, we live in an unprecedented time, and this conversation has never happened before. We have had pandemics, maybe 10 or 20 major pandemics that have, in some cases, if we go back to the 14th century, wiped out a third of the world. That was the bubonic plague. We have had other challenges like leprosy and influenza, and of course, more recently, the avian flu. If we have not forgotten also the threat that HIV/AIDS had as an epidemic to this world of ours. So we have we have another 40 to 50 minutes this morning or afternoon, depending on where you're at. And if you are feeling a bit disappointed, like me, that we are not in Brazzaville, Congo, eating kosa kosa, the river crab, at least we are among Africans in the spirit of protecting and dignifying Africa. And I think this is the spirit that we will take this conversation. I would like, first of all, to invite, before I introduce my panel, I have an excellent panel of 7 leaders from across the spread of Africa. And because of time, I'm going to start by inviting a colleague of ours, somebody that we all know very well, and that is the director of the African Center for Statistics, Oliver Chinganya, to make a presentation. And then I will introduce the panelists, starting with our very special guest of honor this afternoon or this morning. Over to you, Oliver.
Just to share with you the data situation on the continent as we respond to the COVID. I hope you're able to see the slides, just to show the situation on SDGs. If we're able to respond to the SDGs, really will have responded to a number of data that is required. If you see the slide that what is on the screen right now, the question we have is that, are we actually on track to be able to achieve the SDGs? As you can see from the chart there, the gray areas show the situation we are on, that we're not able to move as quickly as we would have wanted. And as a result, what you also see that if we proceed at this rate, we'll not be able to achieve the SDGs as required. In some cases, when you see the green, what you actually see there, the data is there, but is insufficient to be able to inform a particular target or goal that is required. And when you have yellow, you actually say that this is an area where we're making progress, we need to sustain, but we need to move a little bit faster so that that area too, we can make good progress and becomes green. And in some cases, as we heard also from the previous presentation, we are regressing. When you look at goal number 16, we are going backwards, an indication that really the data is critical. And I think this panel that's going to be talking about data to be important to look at how we should find accelerators to ensure that we have data that is able to
We may have lost Oliver Chinganya for a minute. I hope he'll be able to join us. Let's give him a few minutes just to reconnect. So, unfortunately, this is the state of our times, that the internet has the capacity to stop our conversations. I think, Oliver, you are muted now, but we have you back on. Karibu tena.
Yeah, so this last slide there, I was just going to talk about the situation in the regions. When you look at that, you actually see in some of the regions where we're making progress. In Eastern Africa, we have 5 goals where we're making progress, and in Western Africa, there's only 1 goal that we're making progress. We're making a lot of some sort of areas where there's actually no progress going on, or there is progress but it's very slow. For instance, in Eastern Africa, 10 goals, in Southern Africa, 12 goals. And there are areas, for instance, in the regions where we're actually regressing. So I think the panel that we have, a moderator who should be able to address and advise how we can actually proceed, and also imploring on the countries to make sure that the data is available to be able to inform the SDGs. And I leave it at that, moderator. Thank you very much for giving that opportunity.
Thank you very much, Bwana Chinganya, once again for anchoring this conversation in terms of a focus. The next 30 or 40 minutes that we've got ahead of us will essentially focus on 4 questions. And let me just throw them out so that we are all focused in terms of what we are trying to achieve this afternoon. The first has been, what has been the challenges of maintaining data and statistical accuracy during this period? What are the policies and procedures and practices that governments and other stakeholders have proved successful and that we could learn from? Thirdly, are there new national, regional, and global stakeholders or partners that have emerged over this period? And fourthly, are there new opportunities that we have for greater uptake of digital technologies? So these 4 questions, we'll work through them in the following 3 parts. The first is we will give our esteemed panel the opportunity to reflect on 1 or 2 of these questions. We will ask them to be extremely brief. Oliver Chinganya has given me the full authority to cut people off regardless of their status. But I will take full responsibility lest there be some diplomatic action against the UNECA. I work for Amnesty International. We are an international human rights movement, and we are very used to having robust, assertive conversations with government, always in the spirit of collaboration. And Well, then we will open up to a plenary comment, set of comments and questions, and I will ask you to use the chat function, or rather the raise hand function, so that I can see you and I will accord you the opportunity to speak. Please keep your comments brief and your questions even briefer, so that we can have an opportunity for the panel to respond to these questions. So I will start with perhaps focusing the conversation on the first two questions, and that is the question of what have been the challenges of maintaining data and statistical accuracy, and secondly, what have we learned from a policy perspective over this period. And I would like to very warmly welcome, first of all, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, who is also the Minister for Economic Planning, Development, and Public Sector Reform, His Excellency Saulos Klaus Chilima, to make an initial comment on this first two questions. What have been the policy challenges and the successes we've seen over this period? I will then come to the Principal Secretary in charge of Monitoring, Evaluation, and Development Cooperation in the Ministry of National Development, Trevor Kaunda. Your Excellency.
Right. Good morning, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Very clearly, sir.
Right. Thank you very much. Allow me to say, all excellencies and honorable ministers and distinguished participants, all other protocols observed in the interest of time. As a minister responsible for economic planning and development, which also oversees the functional areas of statistics management, I join fellow members in this important panel discussion. It is my sincere hope that we will collectively bring to the table insights that will, among other things, address issues of importance on the status of availability, access, and application of accurate data for evidence-based implementation, including reporting on the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. This event also affords me an opportunity to share my country's experience and progress on the work done on the country's national statistical systems and their use and application. So first is Malawi's status on data collection, analysis, and dissemination. The government of Malawi has managed to regularly conduct the Population and Health and Housing Census, PHC, after every 10 years, the Demographic and Health Surveys, DHS, and the Multiple Indicator Surveys, MCS, after every 5 years. And of course, the Integrated Household Surveys after every 3 years, and indeed, many other thematic surveys are as per demands from users. This surpassed relatively well the status of other jurisdictions in the region. The use of computer-assisted personal interviews in data collection has also improved the quality of data and enhanced the generation, management, and dissemination and use of accurate data and statistics. And second is notable examples of success stories in data collection management and successful use of statistical data for national planning, monitoring, and decision-making. First, the wealth of data and statistical information generated through PHC, DHS, MICS, presented at national, district, and sometimes at traditional authority levels, has actually proved invaluable for national planning, monitoring, reporting, and decision-making processes. Some of the good examples of successful use of data and statistical information generated through the National Statistical Services are as follows. And it was only last year that Malawi made its first voluntary national review presentation to the high-level political forum, thanks to the availability of current data and statistics that have been generated using internationally defined standards and methodologies. And of course, B, With an improving national statistical system, the government has managed to regularly review and report on progress in the implementation of the Malawi Growth and Development Strategy, the Africa Agenda 2063, the SDGs, as well as strategic sectoral policies and plans. It is as a result of improving on these national statistical systems that government has been able to use such statistical systems to make the following conclusions. Number one, that overall implementation of the National Development Strategy is progressing fairly, but progress towards pursuing the policy aspirations is fragmented, lacking coordination between stakeholders, both state and non-state actors, which actually include the following: the private sector, the NGOs, CSOs, and of course the academia. Second, the midterm review report, the findings have actually revealed that on sector performance, 85 indicators out of 215 indicators were either achieved, representing 31%, or on course at 9%. The remaining 60% represented indicators that were not achieved, which is 18%, or because of non-availability of data, 14%, or indeed where we are waiting for data. Third, with regard to the SDGs indicators, which were domesticated in the Malawi Growth and Development Strategies M&E framework, the analysis reviews that the country has already made 18 targets and 18 indicators. These are areas that are registering good progress, including SDG number 4, inclusive and quality education, SDG number 12, sustainable consumption and production, SDG 13, climate action, SDG 17, partnership for goals, and some targets under SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. Malawi is therefore likely to achieve 19 targets and 33 indicators, which include SDG number 3, good health and well-being, SDG number 4, SDG number 6, SDG number 8, and SDGs 12 and 15. And very quickly to share some critical success factors for an effective national statistical system. One key observation behind the good progress that our country has registered is that the sectors which manage to provide data for their indicators and targets mostly are the ones who have a well-established M&E system and whose sector working groups are functional and allow the flow of data from the producer to the users. And the main challenges that Malawi has faced during the reporting period in the pursuit to development of a successful national statistical system, the country continues to face the following challenges, enumerated as number 1, poor coordination of the sector working groups, number 2, lack of champions in M&E and at institutional level, and finally, data collection methods where whereby some actually rely on the national surveys, which are done at high interval after 2, 3, and 5 years. Any relevant support that is required from partners to ensure generation, availability, management, access, dissemination, and use of data to inform policies in action, more particularly aimed at recovering from the COVID-19 crisis and accelerating the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, the following support will be required to Malawi. Number 1, since the National Statistics System, led by the National Statistical Office, are the key stakeholders in generation, dissemination, and use of statistics, and they can better be supported by providing adequate financial, material, and technical assistance resources to fulfill their mandates. Second, to build capacity to implement advanced innovative digital and online data collection systems. Third, to enhance capacity in the generation and use of administrative data. And finally, build capacity in the use of big data, such as mobile data and satellite imagery. This is what we have to share from Malawi, and I would like to thank you all for your attention. Good morning and good afternoon once again.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for setting the scene, I think, so capably in terms of the context that Malawi has experienced, but also the successes and, of course, the challenges that this period poses for all of us. I think I'm going to now move to the Republic of to the Republic of Zambia, and invite the permanent secretary in charge of monitoring, evaluation, and development cooperation in the Ministry of National Development and Planning of Zambia. And this is Trevor Kaunda, to just share with us, if you can, in the next 2 to 3 minutes, no more perhaps, the challenges that you've experienced over this period and some of the successes that you've recorded that would be replicable across the continent and for the 300 people that have joined us this afternoon. Good afternoon, Bwana Kaunda. Let me just check that you haven't got your microphone on mute. They often say that these Zoom calls are a bit like seances. We spend half of the time wondering whether we are talking to ancestors, and the conversations are always, are you there now? Are you here? Bwana Kaunda, are you with us? Let me move just because of time, and we'll come back to Zambia in a minute. Let me invite His Excellency, the Honorable State Minister for Planning and Development Commission of Ethiopia, the Federal and Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Bwana Endal Kachu Sime, to also share their challenges and their successes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair. Can you hear me?
Very clearly, sir.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. So I'm representing the Planning and Development Commission of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. So at PDC, data-related, I will focus on very few issues that you have already mentioned, the policies, challenges, and opportunities. At Planning and Development Commission, we are in charge of organizing and coordinating a national development plan and following up the performance through a rigorous monitoring and evaluation system at national level. So data and statistics is the blood of the PDC's functions, actually. And two big institutions, the Central Statistics Agency is one of the largest data generating institutions in the country. And the Policy Studies Institute are working under PDC to facilitate these functions at national level. So we just organized a 10 years development plan, and there is a huge data and statistics needs related with this national plan. The Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2063 and other international commitments that my government has taken are already integrated in this 10 years development plan. There are big departures in the preparation process of this plan. It was very rigorously participatory, and the monitoring and evaluation is following a very new system that needs a rigorous use of data and statistics. So based on this, the policies and guidelines that we are using at Ethiopia, we have an act for freedom of information in the country, and data sharing guideline by PDC is already developed, and the monitoring and evaluation guideline is under implementation now. The 5 years data and statistics development strategy, we call it NSDS by the Central Statistics Agency, is the policy documents that we use, and data access policy at the institution level for each and every implementing organizations is the other tools that dictates the generation, the dissemination, the synthesis, and the use of data in the country. So service deliveries have got their own charters of government institutions, which include providing information and data for as deemed by the users. So these are the basic initiatives and the regulatory frameworks that we are using based upon those needs of data and statistics at the national level. The capacity building and support areas are the challenges that we are facing that I'm going to mention now. The first one is the awareness area. The source of most of the important data are the broader public, and awareness on the importance of giving the right information is a critical issue, which goes with developing a very applicable and relevant system on generation, synthesis, organization, and dissemination of accurate and timely data and statistics. The technical, technological, and financial supports are the other areas that needs strengthening at the national level, and advocacy on the best use of the generated data and statistics is the other area that needs strengthening by providing necessary information for the researchers and the private sector and the public at large. At PDC, the Planning and Development Commission, one of the departures at the monitoring and evaluation is attaching the performance reporting system with accountability. The implementing organizations are expected to verify their performance data and statistics reported regularly through a rigorous process under our system. And the monitoring and evaluation practices at the Planning and Development Commission is following up an automated system that facilitates a regular reporting system in a digitized manner, which is very easy to disseminate and make use of those information disseminated by the stakeholders. These are my reflections on the three areas that you mentioned, Chair. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simi, for that very succinct overview of what Ethiopia has managed to achieve over this period. And again, it is a very unprecedented moment that we face, not just in Africa, but globally. I'm going to turn to the other speakers with the opportunity for them to speak to either the challenges or the successes that they've experienced. But I would encourage them to perhaps deal with the second set of questions. And those are the questions that relate to the possibility that has the possibility or the opportunity of new national, regional, or even global stakeholders and partnerships that the COVID-19 period has generated. And secondly, are there new opportunities that we can see that were not there before in terms of the greater uptake of digital technologies? So I'm going to invite them, and unfortunately we don't have more than 2 minutes for each person intervening. So I will ask them to keep to 2 to 3 minutes maximum. And then hopefully we can get some questions in, and then I will invite the panelists, if we have time, to be able to have a second round of intervention. So if you can focus your interventions on that which is very important at this stage to raise. Allow me to welcome, first of all, the Honorable Minister of Digital Economy. That's an excellent title. I wish Kenya had one of those, from Mali, and that is Honorable Hamadoun Touré, to speak to us this afternoon. He'll be followed by the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction. Honorable Hamadoun Touré. If you are speaking, perhaps you are on mute. And for the rest of us who are struggling with, yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, the Honorable Minister is not able to connect at this time, so I would advise to proceed further with the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for informing us. Allow me to welcome then the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction and also head of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and that is Mami Zirutori. I hope I've got that right. Welcome. Please share some reflections.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator, for your kind introduction. And I'm delighted to be here with so many eminent political figures of the African continent. So, Excellency, thank you very much for inviting me. My organization deals with disaster risk reduction, and it is such an important theme for both the Agenda 2030 and 2063, because as we know, disasters undermine sustainable development than nothing else. Now, we asked the member states to give us data on how well they are doing in terms of reducing risk. And that is data about mortality, about people affected, economic loss, and critical infrastructure disruption. I see that the challenges are that first, there are more data coming in terms of human impact, so mortality or people affected. And I think it's because of the great work that the ministers and vice president has been mentioning, but there is less data coming in terms of economic loss and disruption of services, which are as important when it comes to sustainable development. Another challenge we see is that we don't see enough disaggregated data coming in. So data disaggregated by income, by sex, by age, by disability, and geographic location. And this data disaggregated is so important because without them, we can't understand where are the vulnerabilities. And if we can't deal with the vulnerabilities, we can't have good policies for disaster risk reduction, prevention. In terms of the new stakeholders that you mentioned, I believe that it's very important that, of course, the most important thing for data collection is the political will. So as the Vice President of Malawi mentioned, if at the highest level of the policy, then there is will to invest in data collection and analysis, invest in capacity development, which was pointed out by the minister in Ethiopia as an issue, then we can do better. Importantly, we need to break down silos between sectors, because many times the data is there, but they're scattered, and you need to really bring them together. And in Turkey, talking about scattered data, we need to bring in as stakeholders, of course, the national statistics offices, but then the continental and regional climate centers, because 90% of disasters now are related to climate emergency. We need to bring in the academic centers. We need to bring in the UN regional commissions, because most disasters are transboundary. So you need to bring in ECA, you need to bring in AUC, you need to bring in IGAD, all these regional and sub-regional organizations, and also the civil society, because talking about the disaggregated data in the community area, many times it is the civil society organizations which are working on the ground, who know where are the vulnerabilities are and the data. So I will only mention one more thing. We, as UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, we are supporting the member states to develop their capacity in terms of gathering and analyzing the data together with DESA, together with UNDP. And we need to do more about this, but I'm very encouraged to listen to the Vice President and the Minister to listen how they are focusing on data policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tori, for that intervention. Very helpful. And I think also a bit provocative in terms of how can we essentially do more with the data that is available for us. Allow me to invite the Assistant Secretary General for Programs with the regional economic bloc, the COMESA, and that is Kipiego Chelugat. Sir, if you are with us, let us hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Irungun Horton. Nice to see you after such a long time.
My pleasure.
Now, let me try to tackle this topic very quickly from a regional perspective. Actually, my work has been made very easy by what the Vice President of Malawi has said. This is because Malawi is a founder member of COMESA, and I really respect the depth in which he went to discuss this issue. But for us at the COMESA Secretariat, we've been very much seized by the COVID situation. And even post-COVID or pre-COVID, we had a theme that we were working on. We were espousing what we came up to call the digital free trade area in COMESA, or DFTA. So from the perspective of COMESA, we understand that the region stands on the brink of a new industrial revolution, driven by new generation information technologies such as high-speed internet, cloud computing, robotics, and sensors. Based on this premise, we would want to establish a digital free trade area in all the 21 member countries. And I think this would also really be quite an addition to the effort towards the continental free trade area, because COMESA really is driven mostly by trade-related issues. So we are excited by what's happening at the continental level, but also at the tripartite, that is the EAC, SADC, and COMESA region. We are moving on to sign and ratify the tripartite free trade area. So I believe all this trade data, for example, that will be generated will be so critical. Now, so what has this got to do with statistics? So let me quickly answer this question by an example of what our digital FTA will yield. The digital FTA will lead to a rich harvest of data that is corollary to a whole digitization process. Trade statistics, for example, will be real-time, and mirror data will be comparable. Secondly, the digital infrastructure introduces efficiencies in the production, compilation, and dissemination of statistics. Third, digitalization in and itself will yield new sources of data that were not available previously. This can be a complement to official statistics that can also inform existing official data. And how do we harness the data? I think the Vice President has very well explained, but I can quickly say that the governments need to invest in digital infrastructure. Data depositories need to be created in sectors that have rich administrative databases. Governments need to invest in retooling staff to be more digital literate. And partners led by UNECA need to support these investments in digitalization, especially in infrastructure and human resources. And I think also I've mentioned the issue of trade. What happens really with the movement of people, the movement of goods across our region? And if we have the data of what's happening, that would really help us a lot.
Great.
So, Yuton, I think you have given me 2 minutes. I hope I have done justice to the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with my apologies, because I know that it's a topic that here. And from one of the questions, I think from the Ghanaian embassy in Addis, there's obviously a bit more interest in how do we drive down the cost of data for the continent. And I think it would have been good to hear a bit more from you. But this is the time that we have, unfortunately. Allow me to move further south to South Africa, to the chairperson of the South African Statistics Council, and that is Davis Everett. If you're with us, please share a couple of reflections on this really interesting and also fairly terrifying moment that the world has experienced. Welcome, David.
Thank you very much. And forgive me, I'm only an academic, so I don't have all the long titles that everyone else does. And so please accept that protocols are observed. I just wanted to make a couple of points. I think that COVID has made it very clear that data really are power. And if you have data at these key moments, people tend not to look at the quality of the data. They just want to know, what is it telling me? What can we do? Can we, open up the economy? Can we do this? And I think the COVID, well, we're still living through the COVID moment, but it's really shown us the difference between people who want accurate statistics and people who just want to be able to make the next step and say that it's data or evidence-based, regardless of where that data came from. And so, Chair, I'm dealing with both being Chair of Council, which means we believe in old, steady, regular ways of gathering data and verifying them before ever putting them anywhere near a politician, because you want to put the right data in their hands. And the future that we're heading for, which is one where everyone is going to be a player in the data ecosystem. And there will be a bit of a tussle to see who gets the ear of the president, the prime minister, whatever you happen to have in your country. Because if you come in with data that are unverified, that doesn't make them unattractive. They can still have big dramatic headlines. They can still lead you to make certain decisions. And I think the verification of data and trying to understand what's noise and what's accurate and reliable in this big data ecosystem is going to be absolutely critical. I also think it's really important for offices of national statistics like Stats SA, where I work. I don't work there, but where I chair. We're meant to have a census this year, a face-to-face census, and face-to-face anyway is for an African census the only way to do it, to encourage people to open up. And the level of fear that COVID has generated in households, where they simply do not want to let you in. Regardless, this isn't to do with race issues or any of the things that you normally hear from South Africa. Doesn't matter anymore. It's just, are you going to infect me? And that alone is leading people just to say no. And we're in the pilot phase for the census, but people are just refusing point blank. And I think that's becoming a serious concern, particularly as we head towards winter and the threat of a third wave and so on. So we're going to be piloting the census in the middle of winter in the worst possible circumstances to see if it'll work or not, because we just don't know what people are going to say. To end on a positive note, Chair, we have at Stats SA, we have a 5-year strategic framework in which moving towards a digital platform was going to be a nice, steady 5-year slow stroll. We've had to do that in less than a year, obviously, since we were locked down in March. And it means that we're still putting out over 260 products a year of various types, from large to small, GDP down to various consumer needs. But it does mean that you have to build up your library of, we can do an 18,000 sample on cell phone numbers, but we can't do a census. And so having to build up that database of knowing who it is that you're phoning and making sure that the person you think you're phoning is actually answering the telephone and answering your questions. I think those are all becoming fairly intricate technical questions. But I can say that Stats SA has pivoted really quickly and really well with smaller samples, inevitably because of the lack of phone numbers. But we have been able to keep our head above water. I hope that helps.
Very helpful. Thank you, David. And thank you for pushing in as many thoughts into the time that you had. Let me just see whether Stephen Chacha, the Executive Director of the Africa Philanthropic Foundation and co-convener of the Tanzanian Sustainable Development Platform, is there. I can see you are. Karibu sana.
Asante. So on my side, I just want to zoom in on the other source of data that we have, which is a non-traditional source of data. And this means it's the data that are produced by other, data producers apart from the ministries, departments, and agencies of the government. As you know, we already have significant, data gaps within Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. Implementation in our respective countries. And also, the modern day challenges that actually COVID brings additional data challenges that actually need to be tackled. So there's huge potential with non-traditional sources of data in complementing these existing data gaps in Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, but as well in addressing these modern day challenges. And when we talk about non-traditional data sources, this ranges from the basic citizen-generated data that are generated by our communities on the ground, that could really be able to offer real-time data that could be useful for different interventions, such as COVID interventions, to big data that are actually generated by the modern data technologies that we have, which are also very useful in offering us timely and accurate data that could actually be very useful in the implementation of the two agendas, but as well in addressing the modern day challenges such as COVID. But also there are a number of things that goes with this as well. We also need to look into capacity. And here we're talking about big data, then we actually also referring to data science capacity, in our respective countries. Do we really have enough data scientists who could really be able to make sense and use big data to draw insights and analysis that are useful to inform the the implementation of agendas and also addressing the challenges that are actually facing. And also I want to reemphasize on the point of data infrastructures that are actually needed. We need supercomputers in Africa to be able to deal with the big data, and harnessing the big data opportunity that is actually there. So these are the kind of regional strategic decisions that the continent has to consider to ensure that we really do harness this fourth industrial revolution and the data revolution that actually comes with it, as well. And also this has to go in human resource capacity building as well, in terms of actually training data scientists in the region who could really be able to make sense of this data and inform our regional plans and any intervention planning to do in the continent. So I just want to emphasize, and I know there are a number of pilots that are being implemented, including my own country in Tanzania, where now we are trying to integrate non-traditional data sources into official assistance, with the main objective of actually filling the gaps that are actually there, but as well harnessing the potential data revolution in the country, in driving the national development plans, but as well implementing the regional development strategies and the global development strategies in Tanzania. So I would like to stop there for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for that intervention. And I believe, and I've noted this on the chat, that we are running out of time for this session, but we do have one question from the Embassy of Ghana in Addis Ababa that relates to the question of, as we've moved towards more virtual meetings, of course, we have reduced the costs of travel, but the cost of data is still quite high. How can we reduce both the cost of data and increase internet usage in the continent? Are there new strategies that the panelists have come across that they would like to share? So that question I'm going to invite any of the panelists to respond to. I might start with Mr. Chelugat, who talked a little bit about a digital free trade area, to see whether there's anything that has emerged that he's aware of. And then for anybody else who would like to ask questions, if I can ask you to raise your hands, or even better still, in the chat, please just ask your question or make your comment. And that would allow us to take a few questions and comments before we come to a close. I believe this session was due to have ended about 20 minutes ago. We started late, but I will try and conclude this within the next 4 to 5 minutes, if I can. Bwana Chelugat, would you like to take the question on the costs of data and internet from a regional perspective?
Thank you. Internet continent is varies greatly and is quite expensive in some countries. So from a regional perspective, we try and we work together with the private sector. We have the COMESA Business Council, for example, that has been spearheading a move towards issues related to money transfer. But I know that in places like the East African community, they have tried to harmonize and requested countries to have a uniform charge for data and for use of telephone. I find that there is great disparity in many countries. So I think for us in COMESA, we just have to convene meetings. We have to have the private sector involved, governments, so that the cost of data can be harmonized and reduced. Because in places like, recently I saw that places like DRC and maybe Sudan, they have the lowest charges, but others, for example, like Djibouti, is very, very high and very expensive. So I think all this needs to be done. So there's a lot of work, and I think fortunately we work very closely with UNECA, our colleagues from UNECA, the regional office here in Lusaka. We ought to really find, now that post-pandemic, I think these are some of the issues we need to be working on when we realize that we shouldn't worry so much about the cost of air travel, because maybe we can't travel for some time, but we should worry about the cost of data. So that's what I can say, Yuto.
Thank you very much, Bonacheligat. Let me take one more intervention from Moise Kitete Manala, who has raised his hand. And then I will try and sum up. I believe we also have Laurent. If you are both quick gentlemen, we can take both of you. Moise, if you can please unmute yourself. Let me turn to Laurent. If you can unmute yourself.
Oui.
Yes, Laurent.
Bonjour.
Welcome.
Bien, merci beaucoup. Je suis Laurent Moussa, je suis le directeur général de l'Institut national de la statistique et de l'analyse économique du Bénin. J'ai été désigné par le ministre d'État pour participer à ce forum en son nom. Il faut dire qu'avec les événements de Covid, le Bénin a quand même pris quelques mesures de riposte pour contenir les effets socio-économiques à court terme de cette pandémie et assurer aussi la résilience des populations. Je voudrais rappeler que le 30 mars 2020 déjà, contrairement à d'autres pays qui ont opté pour la fermeture des frontières et le confinement général, le Bénin a fait le choix de ne pas fermer ses frontières, mais de mettre en place un cordon sanitaire établi autour de quelques communes du sud les plus exposées à la pandémie. Et au Bénin, afin d'aider à la prise des mesures adéquates pour atténuer les effets de cette crise, il y avait eu, sous le leadership du ministre d'État, l'Institut a conduit plusieurs opérations de collecte et d'analyse de données qui ont permis de trouver des informations. Il y a d'abord eu une enquête à haute fréquence sur les impacts de la COVID sur les ménages au Bénin. Et il y a eu aussi une autre enquête qui a été financée par les Nations Unies, qui a porté sur quelques ménages et quelques entreprises. Les modules spécifiques ont été intégrés à d'autres enquêtes afin de pouvoir collecter des informations et pouvoir prendre des décisions rapides. Ces résultats ont été exploités dans le cadre de l'élaboration du plan national intégré de riposte de la COVID-19 qui a été mis en œuvre par le Bénin. Et sur l'ensemble du territoire national, il y a eu des décisions qui ont été prises pour venir en appui aux populations vulnérables qui ont rencontré des difficultés dans la période, ce qui a permis quand même de contenir un peu, soi-disant, l'impact de cette pandémie sur notre pays. Cela a permis aussi de prendre quelques décisions et il faut dire que depuis quelque temps, les enquêtes aussi que nous menons sur le terrain.
Laurent, I'm going to interrupt you a little bit, and I apologize because I do have it that Benin's experience is rich, and in many ways we could learn a lot from Benin as well. So I apologize for this intervention, but I can see that we are in danger of taking over the entire conference rather than just the panel. And I think we risk the day being longer than it should be. We have one more question. I think I'm tempted, Oliver, if you allow me to do this, just to just reframe the question and allow for it to be surfaced here, and perhaps it can be picked up in the other panels before I summarize. And it's a question from Eric Ngondi, who asks, what has been done in terms of reducing the digital divide for minority communities, especially persons with disabilities, in terms of making infrastructure such as websites, electronic devices, and anything that is happening in Africa disability friendly or disability inclusive. I unfortunately don't think we can tackle that question now, but I would hope that having voiced it, it can be picked up in further panels. So I would very quickly just summarize what I think has come out of this session, a very rich session with excellent panelists, and both in terms of the high level of those panelists, but also I think in terms of the interventions that were there. And we have maintained the 300 participant mark for this session. So I think we have done well. Firstly, that the health crisis has produced opportunities for accelerating work around universal healthcare, but also I think the other point is that those countries that had infrastructure in place were best placed to be able to respond to the crisis that came with COVID-19. I think the point that was raised, I think, well by our colleague from Ethiopia was essentially that data sharing and inclusion of key stakeholders, ownership by the public really matters. I think we know that public trust at this moment is a life and death issue. It's not just a life and death issue in terms of a census and the collection of data, but it is also a life and death issue in terms of vaccine hesitance at this point. And again, we could have gone into this in a bit more detail, is how do we actually get different citizens and our populations to trust the institutions that require the data to know where to target resources and public finances. Fourthly, I think there was an important point that was raised by Madame Mami, where she spoke about the need to disaggregate data and ensure that we are dealing primarily with vulnerable communities, that we understand what is happening in terms of their access to essential services. But as importantly also is the need for integrating data across different data sets and different data collecting agencies, and that we do need a whole of society approach that doesn't forget that a health pandemic is also impacting on a climate crisis, and therefore those data sets need to be brought together. I think from Malawi, we heard the importance of political will and leadership, and that this has to be dealt, the leadership has to be brought into, countries from the various highest level, not just only in terms of population, in terms of policy, but also in terms of really retaining public confidence in the measures that are being taken to fight COVID and to accelerate the SDGs. I think the last point really is that this is a moment really for new models. And as David told us in South Africa, as they lean into the census in the next few months, are there new models of collecting population data that were not possible prior to COVID-19, but now become necessary and useful to explore. So I'm going to leave it at this point, and thank you all for the opportunity to have done what is an impossible task, really, which is to get this conversation into a format that we can take forward. I apologize to all of you who wanted to comment, and thank you once again, Your Excellencies, daughters and sons of Africa, for the opportunity of generating this conversation. Over to you, Oliver Chinganya.
I think thank you very much. I think we go back straight to the chair of this session to take us through. Thank you so much, panelists, and also our moderator. Thank you very much.
Okay. Merci beaucoup de me redonner la parole. Je voudrais saluer la qualité de nos échanges, de nos débats, et ou presque qui a réagi. Le Congo se retrouve parfaitement dans ce qui a été dit, la nécessité de réforme, la nécessité de tenir compte aujourd'hui l'importance encore plus capitale que jamais de pouvoir se connecter. Je remercie sincèrement tout le monde et je rends l'antenne donc au secrétaire général. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Chairperson. I believe we are about to break for a lunch break. Oliver, perhaps we could inform us on when the delegates need to return.
Hello. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Yes, Nassim, we can hear you.
Thank you. Yes, we'll break for the lunch, and the next session will start at 2:30 p.m. Brazzaville time, which is 4:30 East African time. Donc, nous allons faire une pause repas maintenant, et nous reprendrons les travaux à 14h30, heure de Brazzaville, qui correspond à 16h30, heure Afrique de l'Est. Merci.
Hello? You can hear me?
Yes, we do.
A decade to deliver a transformed and prosperous Africa through the 2030 Agenda and the 2063 Agenda.
In 2018, Zimbabwe grew at 6.2% because of El Nino, because of the drought, and because of many other climate-related issues. This year, Zimbabwe's growth has contracted to almost negative 4%. That's what happens when you have climate change. You grow from 6.8 to -4.
When it doesn't rain, we suffer. And when it does rain, we suffer as well. Climate change is now our reality. If we fail to achieve these goals related to clean water, sanitation, climate action, life on land, the world will fail to achieve the other remaining goals.
It is by now sufficiently clear to all of us that without peace, security, and stability, prosperity in Africa will continue to remain elusive.
The success of the SDGs depends on the success of Africa 2063. Gender equality is costing sub-Saharan Africa $95 billion every year in lost opportunities. Africa's natural environment is also suffering. Forest cover is disappearing by 0.5% annually. Africa is expected to lose 50% of its birds and its mammals by 2050. The nexus between climate change, hunger, terrorism, conflict, and displacement is causing havoc and human suffering in many countries, and not least in the Sahel and the Horn.
Climate change is real, as evidenced by the droughts that are ravaging our continent. It is regrettable that generally the funding gap for SDGs in Africa remains large, and the ways down on the attainment of SDGs, the role of women in the achievement of SDGs, and the realization of the Africa we want cannot be overemphasized.
This camp, we call it the hybrid continental coding camp. The reason we call it hybrid is because we have in-person girls that are from Addis Ababa who are sitting in the UNECA hall, but we also have other girls who are connecting online from Africa. So this coding camp, it's a collaboration between ITU, which is the International Telecommunications Union, and the UNECA. And the main aim is to try to bridge the gender digital divide that we're seeing, especially in Africa.
We need to show to the people that we African, we are also creator of technology and not just a consumer, even in these new trending technologies. It was interesting that other girls, they were trying to give solutions. We can fix this with an Android app. We can fix this with something, with a wearable device. We can fix this with an online platform. So it was interesting to see different problems and different solutions. And people, they were focusing on the solution.
This sort of hybrid event where we're able to bring people together in person in Ethiopia, but also connect with almost 2,000 participants from across Africa, I think very much sets the template for how we can really roll out capacity building programs across the continent, which address some of these key areas. And in particular, the focus is around empowering young women and girls, because if we don't tap into this human resource that exists in Africa, we will not achieve the SDGs.
Most girls are intelligent and they are always eager to learn. And I always get that the only thing they lacked was an opportunity and for them to see. As they say, you can only become what you know. So the fact that this initiative gathered these girls and showed them there are women out there working in technology and they can be it, for them is like a sunshine. So for them it's like, yes, I can do it.
The first week, they just learn, we improve their skill, how to code, how to do coding in several areas, in web development, in animation, also how to develop some project on Internet of Things, or artificial intelligence, or robotic. Fashion also, you see how the girl try to code, and they learn during 1 week, and the second week, you have seen they have developed a lot of projects, and tomorrow I think we'll have another view of what they did during these 2 weeks.
እዚህ ስልጠና ያገኙት ብዙ ነገር አለ ግን በዋናነት ቤዚክ ኮምፒውተር ፕሮግራሚንግ ወይንም ደግሞ ኮዲንግ የሚባለውን ለማወቅ ችያለሁኝ በዚህ 2 ሳምንት ውስጥ ማለት ነው። ቤዚክ የሚባሉት ነገሮች በአጭር ጊዜ ውስጥ ለብዙ በርካታ ተማሪዎች ናቸው እንዳለ ያያቸዋቸው እና ለነሱ ተደራሽ ሆነዋል።
አሪፍ ነበር በጣም ቦታው ስመጣ እና ደግሞ ኮዲንግ ኮርስ ምናምን ነገር አለ። በፊት ኮመን ኮርስ ስለወሰድኩ ያን ያህል ኮዲንግ አላስፈራኝም ነበር እና ገባንና 1 ሳምንት ያህል አጠቃላይ ኮርስ ሰጡን። ሁሉንም ነገር አራቱንም ፊልዶች ያካተተ። ከዛ አርብ ዕለት ላይ ምረጡ ተባለን ከአራቱ ኮርስ አንዱ እና እኔ መረጥኩት አኒሜሽን ነው።
Do I really know how to code? Because I'm a law student, of course, I'm not that much of a mathematics person. Coding is so interesting, but like the organizers, the trainers, but like they're passionate. You know, if you know how to code, then you can easily create a website. It motivates you. The conference and all, it motivates you to do better.
ከዚህ ያገኘነው ጥቅም mandatorily we learned how to code እንዴት ማድረግ እንዳለብን ተማረን. And then በኮዲንግ like different ነገር ካቴጎሪዎች ተከፋፍለው የተማርነው robotics, IoT, ሌሎቹ ደግሞ animation, web development ምናምን ተማሩ. and ለወደፊት career ደግሞ ይሄ በጣም useful ነው. ሌላ ደግሞ ለሴቶች ደግሞ በጣም ነው ኢምፓወር የሚያደርገው no matter like በሶሳይቲው ምን አይነት ግፊት ቢኖርም or peer pressure ቢኖርም ኢምፓወር አድርጓቸው ወደፊት ካሪራቸውን እንዴት ሜንቴን ማድረግ እንደሚችሉና like ምንም ነገር ቢሆን ምንም ነገር ማድረግ እንደሚችሉ ኢምፓወር አድርጓቸዋል።
All the young ladies I have seen here are so committed, engaged, and they are eager to learn. That was great. These young ladies were wonderful. Sky the limit. If they try, they can do the best. And they will bring the economically active, socially stable society. And I hope these girls show the rest of the world peaceful Africa, economically active Africa.
Who are we? African girls! What do we want? We want to code!
In 2018, Zimbabwe grew at 6.2% because of El Nino, because of the drought, and because of many other climate-related issues. This year, Zimbabwe's growth has contracted to almost -4%. That's what happens when you have climate change. You grow from 6.8 to -4.
When it doesn't rain, we suffer. And when it does rain, we suffer as well. Climate change is now our reality. If we fail to achieve these goals related to clean water, sanitation, climate action, life on land, the world will fail to achieve the other remaining goals.
It is by now sufficiently clear to all of us that without peace, security, and stability, prosperity in Africa will continue to remain elusive.
The success of the SDGs depends on the success of Africa 2063. Gender equality is costing sub-Saharan Africa $95 billion every year in lost opportunities. Africa's natural environment is also suffering. Forest cover is disappearing by 0.5% annually. Africa is expected to lose 50% of its birds and its mammals by 2050. The nexus between climate change, hunger, terrorism, conflict and displacement is causing havoc and human suffering in many countries, and not least in the Sahel and the Horn.
Climate change is real, as evidenced by the droughts that are ravaging our continent. It is regrettable that generally the funding gap for SDGs remains large, and the ways down on the attainment of SDGs, the role of women in the achievement of SDGs and the realization of the Africa we want cannot be overemphasized.
This camp, we call it the hybrid continental coding camp. The reason we call it hybrid is because we have in-person girls that are from Addis Ababa who are sitting in the UNECA hall, but we also have other girls who are connecting online from Africa. So this coding camp, it's a collaboration between ITU, which is the International Telecommunications Union, and the UNECA. And the main aim is to try to bridge the gender digital divide that we're seeing, especially in Africa.
We need to show to the people that we African, we are also creator of technology and not just a consumer, even in these new trending technologies. It was interesting that other girls, they were trying to give solutions. We can fix this with an Android app. We can fix this with something, you know, with a wearable device. We can fix this with an online platform. So it was interesting to see different problems and different solutions. And people, they were focusing on the solution.
This sort of hybrid event where we're able to bring people together in person in Ethiopia, but also connect with almost 2,000 participants from across Africa, I think very much sets the template for how we can really roll out capacity building programs across the continent, which address some of these key areas. And in particular, the focus is around empowering young women and girls, because if we don't tap into this human resource that exists in Africa, we will not achieve the SDGs.
Most girls are intelligent and they are always eager to learn. And I always get that the only thing they lacked was an opportunity and for them to see. As they say, you can only become what you know. So the fact that this initiative gathered these girls and showed them there are women out there working in technology and they can be it, for them is like a sunshine. So for them it's like, yes, I can do it.
The first week, they just learn. we improve their skill, how to code, how to do coding in several areas, in web development, in animation, also how to develop some project on Internet of Things or artificial intelligence or robotic. Fashion also, you see how the girl try to code and they learn during 1 week, and the second week you have seen they have developed a lot of projects, and tomorrow I think we'll have another view of what they did during these 2 weeks.
እዚህ ስልጣና ያገኙት ብዙ ነገር አለ ግን በዋናነት ቤዚክ ኮምፒውተር ፕሮግራሚንግ ወይንም ደግሞ ኮዲንግ የሚባለውን ለማወቅ ችያለሁኝ በዚህ 2 ሳምንት ውስጥ ማለት ነው። ቤዚክ የሚባሉት ነገሮች በአጭር ጊዜ ውስጥ ለብዙ በርካታ ተማሪዎች ናቸው እንዳለ ያያቻቸው እና ለነሱ ተደራሽ ሆነዋል።
አሪፍ ነበር በጣም ቦታው ስመጣ እና ደግሞ ኮዲንግ ኮርስ ምናምን ነገር አሉን። በፊት ኮመን ኮርስ ስለወሰድኩ ያን ያህል ኮዲንግ አላስፈራኝም ነበር እና ገባንና 1 ሳምንት ያህል አጠቃላይ ኮርስ ሰጡን። ሁሉንም ነገር አራቱንም ፊልዶች ያካተተ። ከዛ አርብ ዕለት ላይ ምረጡ ተባለን ከአራቱ ኮርስ አንዱ እና እኔ መረጥኩት አኒሜሽን ነው።
Do I really know how to code? Because I'm a law student, of course, I'm not that much of a mathematics person. Coding is so interesting, but like the organizers, the trainers, but like they're passionate. You know, if you know how to code, then you can easily create a website. It motivates you. The conference and all, it motivates you to do better.
ከዚህ ያገኘነው ጥቅም mandatorily we learned how to code እንዴት ማድረግ እንዳለብን ተማረን and then በኮዲንግ like different ነገር ካቴጎሪዎች ተከፋፍለን የተማርነው robotics IoT ሌሎቹ ደግሞ animation web development ምናምን ተማሩ and ለወደፊት career ደግሞ ይሄ በጣም useful ነው። ሌላ ደግሞ ለሴቶች ደግሞ በጣም ነው ኢምፓወር የሚያደርገው no matter like በሶሳይቲው ምን አይነት ግፊት ቢኖርም or peer pressure ቢኖርም ኢምፓወር አድርጓቸው ወደፊት ካሪራቸው እንዴት ሜንቴን ማድረግ እንደሚችሉና like ምንም ነገር ቢሆን ምንም ነገር ማድረግ እንደሚችሉ ኢምፓወር አድርጓቸዋል።
All the young ladies I have seen here are so committed, engaged, and they are eager to learn. That was great. These young ladies were wonderful. Sky the limit. If they try, they can do the best, and they will bring the economically active, socially stable society. And I hope these girls show the rest of the world peaceful Africa, economically active Africa.
Who are we? African girls. What do we want? We want to code.
and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development on a project financially supported. Since 2019, the ECA has been working with its partners, the African Union Commission, the International Trade Center, and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development on a project financially supported by the European Union to support AFCFTA implementation across Africa. So what is the AFCFTA? Africa currently consists of 55 fragmented markets that are also amongst the fastest growing economies in the world. Yet trade within the continent is the lowest globally. Africa does more trade with those outside its continental borders than with its neighbours. But this is about to change. An agreement on the African Continental Free Trade Area was signed in March 2018 and is expected to increase the share of intra-African trade by up to 50% between 2020 and 2040, liberalise services and tackle other barriers to intra-African trade. So what are the tangible benefits? When fully operational, the AFCFTA will bring together 1.2 billion people with a combined gross domestic product of more than $3 trillion, representing the biggest trade deal since the formation of the WTO, covering not only trading goods, services, investment, intellectual property rights, and competition policy. The agreement is expected to benefit small and medium-sized businesses, which are responsible for more than 80% of Africa's employment and 50% of its GDP. ECA has been working with its partners to support and prepare countries for putting the agreement into practice. This means setting up platforms for dialogue and national regional events for discussion on the AFCFTA, supporting the African Union member states in developing national strategies to ensure countries can implement the AFCFTA considering the characteristics of their own markets, developing an AFCFTA Country Business Index, which will monitor and evaluate the implementation of the agreement for business. In addition to business, also mitigating the challenges, like ensuring the gender and youth-sensitive implementation of the AFCFTA, as well as mobilizing financial resources for implementation. The AFCFTA is an African solution for supporting industrial development, creating new business opportunities, generating jobs, and reducing poverty.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons reprendre le cours de nos travaux. Nous attendons son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre Mavima, qui est en train d'arriver et qui va présider cette session, qui sera modérée par Madame Marion Barthélemy. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you. Let me welcome back Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates to our afternoon session, which is the plenary roundtable on national and local action and review for a sustainable recovery and building forward better for COVID-19, from COVID-19 crisis and implementation, follow-up and review of the 2030 agenda and Agenda 2063. The first session is going to be on voluntary national reviews and peer learning to strengthen recovery from COVID-19 and implementation, follow-up and review of the 2030 agenda and Agenda 2063. Our moderator, whom I would like to invite now, is going to be Marion Barthélemy, Director, Office of Intergovernmental Support and Coordination for Sustainable Development, United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Moderator, may you please take over and introduce your panelists and continue with this session. I thank you, and let's go straight to our session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Minister, and good morning to all participants. We have a very knowledgeable panel with us this morning to discuss the response to COVID-19, the VNRs and peer learning, and how they can help in supporting the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. So we have Ambassador Colin Kelapile, who is the first Vice President of the Economic and Social Council. We have Minister Obed Kanjose, who is the Director General from the National Planning Commission of Namibia. We have Mr. Sherif Davoud, who is the Deputy Head of the Sustainable Development Unit in the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development of Egypt. We have Ms. Najat Mala, who is the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children. And we have Mr. Kofi Kankam, who is the co-chair of the Africa Regional Mechanism for Major Groups and Other Stakeholders. So we have a rich representation from both the United Nations system and the member states and civil society and the major groups. So this year, high-level political forum and the voluntary national reviews will be unprecedented because they will take place as the impact of COVID-19 is impacting on the lives of people across the world. And through the voluntary national reviews, we will take stock of the impact of COVID-19 on the sustainable development goals in the 10 countries who will be presenting their voluntary national reviews. And we will hear about their efforts to respond to the pandemic and to respond in a way that puts them on track to implement the 2030 agenda and Agenda 2063. And I want to say at the outset that I'm impressed by those 10 countries who are pursuing their voluntary national reviews this year, despite the situation that we are facing. Through them, we will be able to understand much better also how the voluntary national reviews can support the response to COVID-19 and the implementation of the 2063 agenda. So this peer learning, which is so important, is happening today in the African Forum for Sustainable Development and will continue in New York with the high-level political forum on sustainable development. The outcome of the regional forum will be presented in the HLPF, and it's very important. To steer the preparation for the high-level political forum and the voluntary national reviews. So how do you see the backdrop for this year voluntary national reviews, and what do you expect from them this year to inform a bit our 10 countries who will present VNRs this year? Ambassador, you have the floor.
No, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And perhaps I should say, Maria, you are one of us here actively involved in the intergovernmental support that we require for us as the Bureau and ECOSOC. And thanks for your continued support. No, indeed, as you rightly pointed out, it's a very important question you are asking. And it gives me, on behalf of the president of ECOSOC and our bureau, to reflect on these expectations as we head towards the HLPF in July. But before doing that, let me also join you in commending the 10 African countries for the perseverance and the dedication they are showing in pursuing the 2030 agenda and the implementation of those SDGs during a really very difficult year, as you rightly said. There is no doubt COVID-19 has had many devastating impacts on all countries, but it's more so for them having to do the VNRs at this time. So we really know what it takes to do it in this unfortunate backdrop. Certainly conducting a VNR right now, it can't be a VNR business as usual approach. It is a very difficult process, certainly, due to the restrictions and the limitations that are imposed by the pandemic. But one may want to look at it also in a different way, that it's perhaps even more needed now as a tool for evaluating where the needs of each country that is presenting is shifting. Because obviously, as I mentioned, it's not going to be a VNR as usual business. It gives the opportunity for countries to also factor in and strengthen their efforts on how to recover and rebuild in a much more resilient way, learning from the shocks that they are experiencing now, while at the same time ensuring a continued focus on implementation of the SDGs. So it has both bad implications, but it also has to be seen as an opportunity. As you know, as Marin mentioned, the HLPF was a global platform for the review and the follow-up to the 2030 agenda. As we enter the 6th year of the implementation of the agenda, and we are now in the decade of action for delivery for sustainable development, which was launched last year during the SDG summit. We are facing this very impact, which I referred to, caused by COVID-19, which has very serious consequences on the ability to make the required progress to achieve the SDGs. Therefore, the HLPF, by extension, will need to have a very critical discussions on these impacts. So we are already seeing there is no forum that I've attended here at the UN where a debate has ended without a reference to the COVID-19 context. So it is with no exception that the HLPF in July should also critically discuss the impacts of the pandemic. The forum will allow to share, for the countries to share experiences in dealing with the pandemic and its effects, and also for countries to learn from each other on how to respond to the pandemic, as I said, in a way that shifts our development trajectory towards an inclusive and green path to realize the 2030 agenda. So the HLPF does become a crucial platform for also consolidating multilateral cooperation and solidarity to support the transformative pathways for sustainable recovery. I think we had a discussion related to this yesterday in the panel that I also participated, where we spoke about the leadership roles, not only leadership at the continental level, but leadership at the global level. So this is where the HLPF comes in as well. Last Friday, I also had the pleasure to participate at the VNR's and the VLR's workshop in advance of this forum. And I was very impressed by the insights of the African VNR countries and those who are present in the VNRs. So we must certainly maximize the benefits that the VNR's countries and all the UN member states can derive from the VNR's process. This means that it would be very important for the VNR's countries to ensure that their report and presentation is most conducive to peer learning, because we are here to tell our stories. They don't just remain our own stories. They are those who can gain from those experiences. So let's do this in a way that ensures accessibility of the lessons so that others can learn from your experiences. So I would say that please use your VNR to share what you have done well, so that all other countries can learn from your good practices, but also be honest in recognizing the challenges. It's never an easy process. And certainly, as I mentioned, this time around, it's even more challenging. So these challenges that you are facing and the areas where you need advice or support by the international community, we are expecting that you come out very clearly on those, so that those who are going to do it later can learn from you, and those who need to support you can also know your needs and where you need to be supported. So HLPF basically can be the platform for launching also new alliances and new partnerships. It's certainly a forum for learning from each other, certainly, but alliances and new partnerships also do emerge. Also, I would want to add, Madam Moderator, it would also be important for the VNRs to identify the next steps and to look also to the long term at how you intend to recover from the pandemic and accelerate the SDGs progress between now and 2030. One thing which I would want to mention, I think much as we are facing the pandemic, it is very important to still acknowledge that the SDGs still offer a very concrete blueprint that we need to pursue in the longer term. Yes, there will be challenges to try to respond to the most immediate challenges caused by COVID. but the blueprint in the SDGs. I think we should energize around it. It still offers a lot of longer-term sustainability. Let's maintain the focus on it and we achieve those goals by 2030. Also, Madam Moderator, countries that are presenting their second and third VNRs, of course, they appear to be improving and building on the VNRs and their preparations by making them more evidence-based and more inclusive. This is very important. Returning VNR countries need to look at what was done since the previous VNR and the progress that was achieved and the impact of the measures taken. We will also, during HLPF, organize it in such a manner that it maximizes peer learning and peer dimensions, as I mentioned. Let me mention here, for information of the countries that are participating, there is a group of friends of VNRs, which comprises countries who volunteered to review reports of individual VNRs and to help you prepare for the interactive discussions during the HLPF. So that group, my colleague, the Ambassador of Mexico, my colleague, Vice Chair, is actively involved in that effort, in that group of friends. So through the Secretariat, our intergovernmental support, which you, Madam Moderator, you are part of, and also through your own missions here in New York, I would encourage you to engage with this group and request through your missions as well to see how you can access the very useful information that the mission of Mexico here and others that are involved in the process can offer to you. Lastly, let me also mention, Madam Moderator, that VNR labs and side events will also allow for more in-depth exchanges for VNR's countries to share their experiences and to also connect with the international partners who can help facilitate and fund implementation. So I thought I should give this broad background, Madam Moderator. I hope it does meet with satisfaction your request to share information on what we as the Bureau of ECOSOC expect, especially as we head to HLPF. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think that was really critical information for the countries conducting their voluntary national reviews, including for those who come back for the second and the third time, because your advice is also based on several years of voluntary national reviews. Your country also went through a voluntary national review, so you have these two perspectives of the Vice President and of the Ambassador to the United Nations. Now I would like to give the floor to Honorable Mr. Obet Kanjose, who is the Director General of the National Planning Commission of Namibia. So, Mr. Minister, your country is presenting its second voluntary national review. So I'm wondering if it's too early to ask you what kind of lessons you will learn about the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 in your country through the development plan, the budget, the critical policies that I'm sure you are putting in place, and how COVID-19 has been playing in implementation efforts, what has been the impact on the SDGs and on the voluntary national review. And if there is time, because we need to keep our interventions short, unfortunately, but whether you will build on your first voluntary national review. Thank you so much, Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I recognize everyone of the many that I can't see, and I appreciate the time and flow granted. The type of questions, I'll try and address them as quick as, how much time do I have? 5 minutes?
Yes, in principle, 5 minutes.
In principle, 5 minutes. I can't deal with all of these questions. I'm sure you realize that. First, yeah, Namibia, we were one of the 10 countries that presented VNR, and I think the lessons are there. First, we came up with the indicator alignment framework for both the 2030 agenda and Agenda 2063. And that is very much in line with that of our National Development Plan, NDP 5. As all these development frameworks are, we've domesticated this through their implementation and reporting of the NDP, National Development Plan. Secondly, approaches taken by Namibia is 2018, we presented VNR and we strongly emphasized about 3 or 4 things. One is inclusivity, which resulted in the country being supported both financially and technically by the variety of development partners and inputs by all our stakeholders, which needs to be as upheld, and we need to actually maintain that going forward. The third element is we build an intergenerational equity. You know, in the 2018 VNR, we recognize that the youth does form a very important constituent in the construct of building of Namibia's socio-economic development. And that remains a very critical agent for progressive socio-economic transformation, both in terms of Agenda 2030, which must be linked and made relevant to young people. And second, government must make a conscious choice to drive transformation to accelerate change. How has COVID impacted the SDGs and implementation thereof? We've seen a lot of increased burden of work, increased level of obligations, needs, much like anybody in the world. We've seen that we've had lockdowns for 6 months. We've had curfews from late afternoons, evenings to early mornings. So there has been a significant delay in achieving our targets right across the sectors. This has resulted in investment post-recovery plan. In fact, we've gone into a mode where Harvard Growth Lab, ourselves as a country through the Bank of Namibia, the National Planning Commission as the lead sector here, the Ministry of Finance, Trade and Industrialization. We are leading a pack of government officials, civil society officials, private sector, business, and Harvard to sort of look at unpacking the structure of the economy and understanding where are the low-hanging fruits. Some industries, as we all know, may disappear forever and new ones may come up. So we're trying to pluck the low-hanging fruits as we reconstruct growth post-COVID. Now, let me leave it at that. Follow-up question, did your VNR impact on the implementation of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 in your country? That goes without saying. And I think it's good to just reflect on my earlier statements. And that's why we are going to the extent of actually understanding the impact of COVID-19 in terms of our structural setup in the economy. We are seeing declined growth. We are seeing numbers of progress in terms of Gini coefficient. They are remaining stagnant. Inequities, increased poverty levels are beginning to take the reverse pattern and so on and so forth. How will your second VNR build on the first VNR? Of course, the 2021 VNR report builds on the lessons learned from the previous one. So, but then we must take into account, of course, the fact that COVID-19 has really taken us aback in many fronts. And I think those lessons going forward would be factored into the next grand vision, the next National Development Plan 6, which by the design of the effort to sort of look and review the policy framework and environment, the economic structural compact, that is what we need to sort of understand. And those lessons we go into National Development Plan 6. We are reviewing Vision 2030. We have to actually start the next grand vision, and going forward, much of the lessons would actually populate the indicators of National Development Plan 6. Maybe I should leave it at that, Madam Chair, and then take questions and other comments when necessary.
Thank you, Minister, for this very useful presentation, and we understand better now the impact of COVID-19 and the role of your voluntary national review, and the fact that it will also support your next steps in planning. That's very important to hear also. I would like to move to our next speaker, who is Mr. Sherif Dawood, the Deputy Head of the Sustainable Development Unit in the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. So, Sir, Egypt is presenting its third VNR this year. It's been closely engaged in the elaboration of the Sustainable Development Goals since the outset. We could see it from New York. So could you kindly explain how your experience, compares to the one of Namibia, and how you've been using your development plan and the budget to implement the 2030 agenda and Agenda 2063, and what lessons you have learned and the impact again of COVID-19? It's a lot of questions, I realize, for 5 minutes, but there will be a chance also to elaborate later. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you so much. I acknowledge all the esteemed and distinguished participants. First of all, let me start by expressing the regrets of Her Excellency the Minister. She should have been with us, but unfortunately she has been called for an unforeseen commitment with His Excellency the President. I have the honor to speak on her behalf here to the panel. As for your questions, I'll start to tackle them as much as I can in the context of the short time available. As for the lessons learned from the previous VNRs, I can tell you key words that we believe they are very important here in the ministry. The first one is that VNR is a tool. It's not a goal in itself. It's a tool for policymakers, for decision makers to assess where they stand in the field of implementing SDGs, in which direction are they moving, what are the areas they need to focus on, what are the areas that could enable other activities. I mean, if you focus on certain SDGs, could this expedite the implementation of other SDGs and vice versa? So that's one element. The second element is, in order to have this tool effective and efficient, you have to be objective. Your VNR shouldn't only focus on achievements. It should neither focus on achievements nor on challenges, but it has to give you kind of a balanced picture on where do you stand in reality. It should guide the policy making at the national level, and it should also be a tool to engage all relevant stakeholders in order to achieve sustainable development. For us, one of the key lessons that have been learned is that data availability and data quality is a cornerstone to monitor and evaluate the progress towards achieving SDGs. Actually, in Africa in general, in Egypt in particular, having data available, adequate, verified, and monitored is a challenge that we really face, and we are trying to address this challenge. Having said that, allow me, Madam Moderator, to go along some tools, policies that have been put in place in order to help integrating Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 in the national planning. Actually, here in Egypt and in the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, we have several reports that are more or less complementary to each other, and they are all integrated into the issue of achieving SDGs in Egypt. The first one is the Vision 2030, the Sustainable Development Strategy, which has been issued in the year 2016 in response to the adoption of Agenda 2030. Right now, the Egyptian government is working on updating and upgrading the vision in order to reflect all the challenges and all the changes we had in the past 5 years in order to enable us to be ready for the decade of action. Of course, among these challenges is definitely COVID-19 and the impact of the pandemic, but other have been also taken into consideration, including the program of economic reform that has been implemented since 2015, the program of structural reform that has been implemented at the time being, and the institutional reform that is also implemented at the time being, as well as the program to enhance and upgrade the national infrastructure. The second report is the report on finance of sustainable development, the FFD report, where we are trying to assess the impact of each and every economic sector and their contribution towards achieving sustainable development, and also identifying the needs that Egypt needs in order to achieve SDGs. A preliminary estimate in this context shows that Egypt needs annually around $24 billion as an additional investments to achieve SDGs by 2030. And you can imagine this gap, how big it is and how much effort does it need to be bridged. A third report we are also working on for the time being is the report on localizing sustainable development goals in each and every governorate. Egypt has 27 governorates, and we are trying not only to implement SDGs in the national level, but also to promote it on the local level through a building awareness, building capacities, collecting data, and also assessing and identifying where does each governorate stand when it comes to SDGs. So the report assesses each governorate and the 17 goals as per the available data in light of the challenge we have just mentioned, that data is a challenge. Another document that has been incorporated is the environmental sustainability criteria, which is a set of criteria developed between the Ministries of Planning and the Ministries of Environment in order to make sure that the projects under the National Investment Plan are sustainable and are environment friendly. This has started to be implemented since the year 2000, the fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and under these criteria, we have 15% of the projects under the National Investment Plan considered as green projects. We have the target to double this percentage by next year. So that's also another tool we are trying to use in order to ensure the sustainability. Moving to another question, which is the policies and measures that have been also put in place in order to incorporate the national budget, achieving sustainable development. Egypt was one of the countries that issued green bonds in order to be an innovative finance tool towards achieving sustainable development. This is a joint effort between the Ministries of Planning, Ministries of Finance, and Egypt is trying to follow several initiatives, including the initiatives of the Finance Initiative of UNEP, of the United Nations Environment Program, and the principles and applying the principles of responsible banking and sustainable banking in conjugation with the Central Bank of Egypt. Madam Chair, I remain available for any further questions or inquiries in this context. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. And it's interesting to see the multiple instruments and policies that your country has mobilized to implement the 2030 agenda and Agenda 2063. And I find it very important also when the plan is used also for that purpose, because it puts the SDGs at the core of the country's policies, and they can impact on the various areas of work of the government. I would now like to give the floor to Madame Najat Mala. And Madame Mala is the special representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children. Najat, children are at risk of being left behind on the road to the SDGs. It's well acknowledged in the 2030 agenda. And this is even more true with the impact of COVID-19. So my question is, have the VNRs so far assessed the situation of children and the situation with regard to violence against children in particular? And what would be your advice to Egypt, Namibia, and other countries who are going to conduct a VNR on how to address this very grave topic of the situation of children and violence against children, especially in today's context? Thank you.
Bonjour Marion, thank you, and Excellencies, I am really happy to join you in this important regional meeting based on peer-to-peer learning. I just want to be brief and try to, since I arrived on July 2019, I was using the framework of SDGs to follow up, on how countries are really dealing in preventing and ending all forms of violence. We did a lot of things regarding that already was shared with you. We did a paper on, how we can highlight, children issues and promising practices and remaining challenges, and as well as including children in VNR process, the guidance that was shared with states. And yes, last year we reviewed all the VNR presented, and I want to share with you some lessons learned. What we saw since the beginning is that children really are more visible within the VNR. Regarding violence against children, it's mainly under SDG 16.2, but we find other, information within other SDGs, like 4 in school, 8 regarding child labor, 10 regarding human inequalities, and also SDG 5 regarding harmful practices and child marriage and social discrimination. But globally, what appears really is that children are not as visible as they have to be within the VNR. And what does it mean? Because, dealing with violence against children is not only about SDG 6. All the other SDGs related to other forms of violence, but also to the other SDGs related to its drivers, but also to the risk and protective factors. I just want to remind that the SDGs are indivisible and interlinked, and you have to really use all this package and to make sure that children, as well as other human beings, are really dealt and addressed within the SDG. You cannot end violence against children if poverty, if food security, if social norms, if climate change, if justice, if health, if education, if peace are not met. And really we need to have all these blocks. This is one. Regarding the COVID pandemic, that also highlighted, the increase of violence against children, domestic violence, and also the nexus between violence against children and violence against women, but also online violence, and in the same time showed us that the vulnerability of children who were already vulnerable really were exacerbated. And here I mean children that are in poor families, in remote areas, disabled, children, migrant, refugees on street, displaced, and so on. And what we saw also, and one lesson learned from COVID, that children impact drastically the mental health of children. And another point that currently is already many countries are facing is the socio-economic impact of COVID that will push more and more people, and mainly in Africa also, in extreme poverty and in vulnerability. And we know that child poverty and families' vulnerabilities and communities are drivers from various forms of violence against children, such as child marriage, child labor, and also recruitment in armed gangs, and also exploitation, sexual exploitation, trafficking, and so on. And taking into account all that, just I want to let you know that before the COVID, we were not on track to achieve SDGs and mainly, to prevent and end all forms of violence against children. Despite many action, and I want to let you know that what we saw when we review all these VNRs, that also what we saw that you have more and more national plan to prevent and end violence, legal reform, some initiative, and mainly some initiative undertaken, during the COVID pandemic, like, strengthening again child protection, child helplines, child protection services, release children from detention or from centers, providing social cash transfer to the most vulnerable, providing mental health and psychosocial support. But just to be very frank, it's not enough because, and even the plans that were already done before, they are not duly budgeted and duly followed up and duly taking into account some indicators. And as highlighted by my predecessor also, the big problem of data that is missing, regarding various forms of violence, but also regarding the impact on the situation of children. And I think this is a big challenge if we need really to follow and to track progress to achieve 2030 and 2063 agenda. Another point that we, all countries are using this multi-stakeholder approach and wide participatory approach involving children themselves. And this is, we saw many, many good examples of child involvement and child-led initiative in implementing SDGs, but also in the design and implementing and following the implementation of the VNRs. This is really important, but we need to make it more systematic and to make children seen as part of solution, not only youth, but also children under 18 that are very important. And recently we did a mapping of all the child-led initiative undertaken worldwide before the COVID and during the COVID. And what we saw that they were wonderful. They are really actors of positive change, of transformative regarding, social justice, climate justice, but also peer-to-peer support, raising awareness, mobilizing, the communities, providing support to their communities. And I think we need to use the VNR currently. And I want to congratulate all the countries and mainly to see it as a process, as a tool, and to see also to take stock of the lessons learned from the previous VNR, but also from the COVID, to see it as a key opportunity. One, to make children more visible across all the SDGs. This is one. The other point is really to start seeing, taking into account the lessons learned, that child protection, as well as health and mental health, education since the early childhood, justice are seen as essential services and have to be linked to social protection systems that are sustainable, including universal health coverage, cash transfer, support, decent work. These integrated services have to be seen as an investment. And it's really in the recovery, but also in the economic growth and human capital development. This is one. The other point is to make sure that children are part of this process and seen as part of the solution. To see the VNR as a key opportunity to mobilize all the key stakeholders, really, and to make sure that we are, including UN system, civil society, faith-based, children-led organization, but also private sector, financial institution, really multinational holdings and extractive, such as many extractive industry, to embark and to make sure that we will have, the dedicated budget and the dedicated workforce really to implement. And I want to congratulate really all the countries that are not only doing the VNR, but also the VLR, the local level, because I think it's really important to have this bottom to top approach and to make sure that we have this kind of frame, because the VNR is a process, is a tool that allow us to reorient, to target, and also to stop working on silo and to have this intersectoral approach, making sure that all the key stakeholders are involved and all the services are linked and are really child rights centered, community centered, and people centered. This is really important. And I want just to let you know that since this, for the high level political forum of this year, I am working closely with the state members who are presenting their VNR. I already had a meeting with Egypt, the permanent mission, and after that with the UN country team in Egypt, and I will have a meeting with the Ministry of National Planning involving all the UN system, but all the other key actors to see how we can move forward and have this kind of process that it's really built on not only the promising practices, but also how we can overcome the challenges, and I think we have many challenges, and how we can make sure that preventing and ending violence against children and building, and enabling inclusive, just, and healthy environments that keep all children safe, reaching the most vulnerable, because here it's why we need data. We need to reach the most vulnerable to make sure that they are not left behind, that really are part of the response. And I will have a meeting with the permanent mission in Namibia at the end of this week. But just I want to let you know that I think it's a key opportunity to switch our approach, but also to mobilize and to be frank and to share, but also during the high-level political forum is to have a strong high-level joint advocacy for having these integrated services, to invest in it. This is very important to make children, part of it targeted, but also part of the solution, and to mobilize and to strengthen multilateralism and also strong partnerships, coalition, and alliances. I will stop here, Marion, and I will be happy to respond to any question. Over to you.
Thank you, Najat, and I must congratulate you on the way you've been, pursuing the issue of the violence against children and more generally their well-being, through the VNRs. In the guidelines on the voluntary national reviews, we advise countries to have a section on leaving no one behind, looking at the various vulnerable groups. But listening to you, it's clear that children's situation should be under the various other areas of focus of the voluntary national reviews. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Kofi Kankam, who is the co-chair of the African Regional Mechanism for Major Groups and Other Stakeholders. Mr. Kankam, the 2030 agenda didn't give that detailed guidance on how the voluntary national reviews should be conducted because they are state-led. But it did give several principles that all reviews should follow, and one of them is inclusiveness. So it's recognized, I think, by all countries that you need to engage stakeholders in the implementation of the SDGs and in the preparation of the voluntary national reviews and their presentation, that it will ensure that the voluntary national reviews are owned by people and reflect the situation of people and the variety of views. But what is your experience with stakeholder engagement in the voluntary national reviews in Africa? And what has been the impact of COVID-19? Because from what we hear from the countries, one specific impact has been on consultations with major groups and other stakeholders. And one of the questions in the program also is what kind of mechanisms are the most appropriate in your view to involve civil society? And it would be interesting to hear, especially in today's context, what would be those ways to engage stakeholders. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Coordinator. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies and distinguished participants. I'm most grateful to have the floor. What I would like to say is that what I would like to say is that no one has the solutions alone in terms of the development of the VNR or the preparation of the VNR. And as a major group and stakeholder, we always anticipate the whole of government to a whole of nation approach. And VNR preparations increasingly have been adopting participatory approach on the continent, with member states informing, consulting, involving, collaborating, and empowering the public through their efforts to implement the 2030 agenda. As major groups and other stakeholders, basically, we are looking at a situation where governments will be engaging through coordination and government structures that support agenda implementing the 2030 agenda implementation. We also would like to see where there is enough awareness created, and also there is a lot of development of national priorities for the implementations. We would like to see where we have a situation where there's a lot of consultations and engagement of the VNRs, where there's enough inclusion of all the non-state actors. Basically, over the years, over the period, we've realized that member states have been developing communication plans. There's been enough stakeholder engagement plans and partnership strategies to make sure that these things takes place. But we are looking at a situation where there will be enough empowerment of the citizen to participate in this agenda implementation through efforts like capacity development, direct and support inclusive partnership, where the non-state actors are offers the opportunity to also have their expertise be recognized by the government. I would like to say that as major groups and other stakeholders or the mechanism on the continent, we have presently gone into a partnership agreement with Action for Sustainable Development. And with all the countries that are making their presentation coming the next HLPF, we've decided to build their capacity so that they will be able to also hold the governments really accountable in making sure that all this takes place, and also come out with a very credible spotlight document, which we will also present as shadow reports in the HLPF. In terms of the limitations of our activities in relation to the COVID, we realize that as a grassroots body, as a membership body, whereby we actually believe in localization of the SDGs, we would have anticipated to have first-hand information or collaboration with the other entities on the ground to ensure that there's no one left behind or there's no information which are being left behind. But unfortunately, due to the existence of the COVID, we would be limited in these areas, and we hope that we will find amicable solutions to this. We are looking at issues of digitalization, but we believe that it will actually limit us in one way or the other in terms of those who are basically based in the rural settings and who are largely not having access to ICT. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So thank you to all our panelists for those presentations, and thank you for being so brief and focused. I think there is a lot of information and analysis that you shared that will raise questions from among the participants. So I would like to now open the floor for questions from the participants. You can use the chat box to share your questions, and I will relay them to the panelists. I can see that we already have a question actually from Desta Dana from a university in Ethiopia, which is whether COVID-19 challenged the Africans to achieve the goals of the 2033 agenda and the SDGs, and what are the activities to solve it and how. So I think we heard already a little bit about the impact on the situation regarding the SDGs, poverty, the economy. And it would be good to hear maybe more about the policies that the countries are adopting to address the impact of COVID-19. And then we have a question, which is linked to the intervention of Mr. Kankam, which is from an NGO, which is to know how the countries put in place strategies to reinforce the capacities of civil society actors and youth. And it's a point that you made, Mr. Kankam, also the importance of capacity development in the context also of enabling adequate participation in the voluntary national reviews. The speaker also makes a reference in particular to those who defend nature. So that's a question for Mr. Kankam, but also for our country representatives. I have another question which is related to the first one, whether the countries are conducting studies on the impact of COVID-19 or assuming that there will be impact in the future. And that's a question related also to data, I think a point that was raised by one of our speakers. And other questions, I think the participants are very interested in the impact of COVID-19, and I have a question directly addressed to Egypt and Namibia about the negative impacts, but also what are the opportunities from COVID-19. So maybe we should take the responses to those various questions, maybe in the order to hear from our speakers from Namibia first and then Egypt to those various questions, and Mr. Kankam to the question on civil society, but it can be addressed also by our speakers from Namibia and Egypt. So maybe first, Minister Kanjose, if you're ready to answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do. I am. Very shortly, on the question around whether we're conducting any concrete studies on the impact of COVID-19, I have alluded to a very extensive process of trying to understand the impact of COVID-19 that has actually declined the economic outputs, and we have increased poverty, Gini coefficient, sexual and gender-based violence are issues we are now experiencing severely. We've come through a period of extreme drought, so food security is an issue as well. People are not having regular incomes anymore because of lockdowns. So the effort between the National Planning Commission and the stakeholders of government, with the assistance of the Harvard Growth Lab, actually is drilling down to defunct or old policy frameworks that we want to do away with, and therefore look at the future in terms of what industries would be up and coming, and maybe those would be sustainable, which of our industries and businesses would permanently be decimated. So we really are doing a lot of work around trying to understand the impact of COVID-19, but quite certainly on the sexual and gender-based violence part of all of these sustainable development goals and children in the economy, that we are feeling daily. We have an increased population of children on the streets, and food security is a real big issue. Health is a big issue. Housing is a big issue. Housing is unaffordable today in Namibia, and much of it is aggravated by COVID-19. In fact, to the extent that the country has taken a decision, something that is the pride of the nation, it's a national carrier, we are actually closing it down. So, and many more is to follow. So these are very direct impacts by COVID-19, and we understand that. I think I've dealt with the negative and positive impacts of COVID-19 I see it's on Egypt and Namibia. So I leave it at that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. I don't know whether Mr. Dawood would be ready to answer some of those questions that were asked.
Yes, Madam, if I may.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, His Excellency the Minister from Namibia. I thank you for all the questions. I'll try to touch base very quickly on most of the points that have been mentioned. First of all, no one can deny that COVID had negative impacts on the whole economy, on its different sectors, on the livelihoods of the people. And this actually necessitates the government to take actions in order to address these impacts. First of all, we had to know exactly where we stand. We had to reassess our position for the overall economy. That's why I said we went with the update of the Sustainable Development Strategy. We're working on the update of the third VNR, and also we are trying to use different reporting tools and methods to know exactly where we are and to identify exactly the impact of COVID on different economic sectors. In this context, and especially I also link this to the question of the data. We have tried to do several steps, including establishment of National Committee for Monitoring the Implementation of SDGs, which encompasses representatives of different government entities. We made also sustainable development units and task forces in different ministries and government entities. We had the Central Agency for Public Mobilization and Statistics. Its acronym is CAPMAS. This is the Egypt statistical body, where it had produced several partnerships with FAO, with UNESCO, with UN Water, to assess the implementation of several SDGs and its targets and indicators, and also to develop national statistics strategy. The CAPMAS had developed an SDG observatory dashboard with UN ESCWA, with the Economic Commission for Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, in order to assess the development and the development towards achieving SDGs. It had an electronic platform for monitoring and evaluation. It has an electronic platform for monitoring the government programs and a policy tracker. Having said that, Madam, we have a saying in Arabic that says, in the heart of each catastrophe, there's always an opportunity. So we are trying to use the opportunity that we may find in this context. And actually the lesson learned is we are trying to go even beyond the issue of COVID. COVID is just one shock to the economy. So we need to ensure that the economy is resilient to COVID and to any other shocks that could happen in the future. Ensuring resilience is very important by leaving no one behind, by trying to alleviate poverty, by trying to reprioritize the national budget towards improving the quality of life of the inhabitants and the populace. In this context, several initiatives have been adopted. An initiative called Decent Life, which is focusing on the improvement of the lives of around 5,000 villages of the poorest villages in Egypt, all over Egypt. This is a huge one. And also issuing a fund called Solidarity and Dignity, which is targeting those who lie under the poverty line and those who have been affected. Another stimulus package have been made for those who work in the informal sectors, who depend on getting their livelihoods on daily basis. So a certain amount of government financial support, which was around 500 Egyptian pounds per each informal worker, was submitted through a cooperation with post offices in order to ensure a wide geographical coverage. Another thing that also a stimulus package for the economy, including the improvement of infrastructure, mega infrastructure projects in order to stimulate the economy and reprioritizing the national budgeting towards more public expenditures in the issues of healthcare and education. one of the opportunities we are using and we're trying to seize from COVID-19 is to expedite the implementation of digitalization and using digital techniques in facilitating the work across different government entities, and with a special focus at the area of education, because many of the students have been affected, their learning process have been interrupted. So using digital mechanisms have been vital and fundamental here in order to try to address their needs. We had several sectors that have been affected, including supply chain, food production, food security, tourism, education, so specified and tailor-made packages in order to address each and every section of them. Well, let me conclude, Madam, by mentioning that it's not only the work on the national level that would help us to avoid COVID and to avoid any other shocks and improve the resilience. We had other shocks and other challenges that are facing us, including water scarcity, including climate change, including the fall of demand and supply worldwide as an impact of COVID. So regional cooperation here is a key factor. Africa has taken several significant steps in this regard. There is the program of infrastructure projects, the PIDA program, which focuses on establishing mega infrastructure projects on regional level that is interconnecting African countries and improving their building on their competitive advantages and mutual benefits. And the other thing is the launching of the Africa Free Trade Continental Area, the AFCFTA, which made Africa as one of the largest free trade areas worldwide. And this would help really the African countries to boost their intercontinental trade and to provide further opportunities. And finally, a key challenge that we are trying to work with other actors along Africa, including the Nepal, is the issue of the informal sectors, the small and medium enterprises, and how to support them in the time of COVID. I thank you, Madam, for giving me the floor again, and it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. If I could go back for 1 second, actually to Minister Khan-Jose, because there is a question from a participant about that Mr. Dawood just addressed, which is about the use of digital technology. I was wondering, Minister, if it's something that has been also useful in Namibia in order to, as part of the response to COVID-19, and then I will go to the other panelists.
Yes, indeed, Madam Chair. I am on a virtual platform with the rest of you. And in fact, the rest of government has hunkered down, and this has been the preferred mode of communication. We have actively invested in digital technology expansion in terms of mobile communication towers. We spend about, maybe $150 million US doing these kind of things over the last couple of 3 to 4 years. E-learning is a more preferred basis of school engagement recently, just as a way to try and avoid crowding schools in some of the issues. But then, of course, 824,000 square kilometers of landmass and making it available to everyone is a huge challenge. The answer is a simple and very robust yes. We are actively engaging digital technology and actually trying to get services to people and actually engage the whole mode in terms of trying to transition from the normal analog type communications to digital. Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Kankam, would you like to respond to the questions that were asked in relation to participation of civil society?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. With regards to the issue of the strengthening of civil society at the country level, what I would like to say is that the Africa Regional Mechanism for Major Groups and other stakeholders officially got admitted into the coordination mechanism this year. And as a mechanism, we have a structure that starts from the country level to the regional level and then to the continental level. And as part of our engagement activities through the regional level to the country level, what we've decided is that what we've already done is we've engaged almost all the UN resident coordinators and then the UNDP offices to create enough spaces for civil society organizations and other stakeholders within their jurisdiction to ensure that they are able to function extremely very well. We've also started building interlinkages with the African Development Bank, the African Union Civil Society units, so that we also have that interlinkages, which we would be working as one team at the country level, and then we'll be coordinating and then working efficiently. Also, in terms of strengthening civil society, we've also started engaging some government to also ensure that they do not shrink the spaces of civil society within their in their country or within their jurisdiction. We've realized most of the countries have started coming out with policies to regulate or regularize the activities of civil society. And for example, when you come to Ghana, we realize that the Ghanaian government have started something of that sort. And one of the things that we realized that in the board that has been put in place, or that they intend to put in place to regularize the activities of the operations of the civil society, is largely made up of government representatives, which we, as a body or as a mechanism, we've written to them to rectify it, because we need to own our own spaces. In terms of the issue of capacity development, as I said earlier on in my presentation, we've already engaged or signed partnership with Action for Sustainable Development, who would be running a lot of capacity development programs or activities for major groups and other stakeholders on the continent. Currently, during the issue of the COVID, we'll be having most of those trainings as webinars. But we pray that when the COVID is over, we will be having some in-face-to-face activities or training programs as well. Moreover, we've also planned to engage other forums or other regional forums to see how best we can also interchange or participate in their activities and share key lessons and experience as a mechanism to also help build the capacity of our members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So I would like to now go back to Ambassador Kela Pile. Ambassador, if you would like to respond to some of the questions or make some concluding points also, because I see we are reaching the end of the panel. So I would like to give you the floor for those two aspects.
Thank you, moderator. No, I just wanted to maybe add some information to the question, I think is by Kadu, which was asking if countries are conducting concrete studies on the impact of COVID-19 or only assuming some future impacts. First, I wanted to say that actually the SG's guidelines asking countries to report on their response to COVID-19 and its impact. I think that's very important as countries prepare. They have to do that, to look into that. And I had not mentioned this also in my intervention, that during the HLPF, obviously there will be a dedicated session to discuss the response to the pandemic. Secondly, also, I happen to sit in the UNDP, UNFPA, and UNOPS executive board in terms of the larger UN system landscape. The information I obtained in that context in the recent board session is that the UNDP is the UN system technical lead on COVID-19 socio-economic response, and they actually co-lead the drafting of the common system framework for immediate socio-economic response. They're leveraging what they call the SDG integrator role. They have the assigned role as the SDG integrator. And I'm made to also understand that the WHO leads the UN COVID-19 health response, and they work closely with the UN resident coordinators. I believe at country level, I got a similar report in our own context as Botswana. The country teams did take our country through the conduct of those concrete studies on the impact of that. And also to add that from the UNDP executive session we held recently, we actually understood on the socio-economic impact, 128 of the socio-economic impact assessments were completed in 93 countries and 5 regions. That is the information shared recently at the executive board meeting. And we understand from July 2020, the number of socio-economic response plans also tripled to 119. So I just wanted to say that the person who asked the question, maybe it's also good to speak to those entities like the UN country team, UNDP. They have more information as well on how they are supporting the countries on the ground in terms of conducting concrete studies on the impact of COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I would like to go now to Najat Mala. Najat, there was also a question that came up since I mentioned the other questions, which was about the use of information technology in teaching and learning, especially in primary and secondary schools. And I see this is supported by another participant. It would be great if you could answer the question and give any concluding comment.
Thank you, Marion. To go straight to your question regarding, access to digitalization and remote learning, what we saw, it was increased worldwide, but we are still seeing a big digital divide, because you have in many places, due to remote areas, due to the problem of access to internet, but also to the affordability of all the devices. And many countries are really pushing regarding, how we can increase digitalization. But in the same time, and access to internet and world, but in the same time, we need also to be to use it, because it's a kind of social inclusion, to make sure that all people have access to digital digitalization and to break this digital divide. But in the same time, we need to be very careful and also to make sure that child protection online is taking into account, because we know that also due to what was going on, we saw an increase of, child sexual predator, and many other things. We saw also an increase of hate speech. We need to balance the both. I just want to add one thing, if you allow me, Marion. We spoke a lot about building back better and facing the challenges, done by due to COVID, but also the remaining challenges that were existing before COVID that were exacerbated by the pandemic. And I think the big challenge today is really how we can have a resilient economy, sure, but also an inclusive and people-centered economy. This is very important. We need to change the narrative of Africa, to build on the human capital. And here it's important to start seeing, this big social with S, including social protection, strong health, education, justice system, all these systems that were weakened during the pandemic, really to saw them as a key really investment and life essential services that have to be strengthened. And here I need to use this opportunity to tell to the governments they are going to face serious challenges when they need to prioritize. And what we need is really to prioritize this integrated block that protect, children, but not only children, that protect all the communities and build, this child and protective child environment for all. This is really, really important. And another point is really, I want to comment on civil society involvement, civil society, faith-based organization, child-led organization, youth-led organization need really to be part of it, not only regarding consultation, but in implementing SDGs. all of us have a key role to play. I think really it's important. And the last but not the least, regarding SDG 16, that it's a cross pillar, is also how we can build strong, accountable institution and rule of law. This is very, very important to make sure that we need to build trust, you know, of the population regarding all this institution. And this is really important to avoid all this social unrest and so on. I just want to tell that it's a strong opportunity to switch and to build, you know, all this block. It will be challenging, but if we are mobilizing all key stakeholders at national level, local level, regional and global level, we can and we must do it. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Najat. So I think we have reached the end of our panel. I see we have no more questions, and I think we learned a lot from you already. Let me try to wrap up the main points that I heard. So one point I think that came out clearly from all interventions is that this year the VNRs are more needed than ever. They will allow us to take the full measure of the impact of COVID-19 on the SDGs, but also of the remaining challenges, as Najat mentioned. We heard about the gravity of the impact of COVID-19, even though some participants mentioned that we have a problem because of the lack of accurate data to assess those impacts. And we heard about how African countries are struggling with the health impact of the pandemic while trying to contain their impact on their economies and their societies, and how they are trying to shift to a path that will enable them to reach the SDGs in 2030. So the VNRs will precisely tell us more about the needs of the countries today, both in Africa and in other regions, and the policy responses to recover better from the pandemic. So the African VNR countries will be able also to hear from the other, because it's such unpredictable and you know, unknown phenomena, the COVID-19, that's where peer learning is really very important. We heard how the countries are trying to unpack. One participant from the country said, unpack the impacts of COVID on the economies, trying to address the impact on poverty, violence, food security, and how they are reinforcing their existing policies, creating new policies, new institutions. And the Vice President of ECOSOC said earlier that it's important to keep our eyes on the long term and adopt innovative social and economic policies. We didn't speak about it so much, but one point we hear a lot is that the resources from the stimulus packages and the country's responses should be directed in a way that supports the achievement of the SDGs and Agenda 2063 during the decade of action. We also heard how the pandemic is an opportunity to reinforce the resilience and improve the lives of people, work towards inclusive societies. And we heard how the countries have been accelerating the digitalization to respond to the impacts of the pandemic, even though we were reminded that the digital divide is a major obstacle. What is reassuring is that the commitment to the 2030 agenda and Agenda 2063 remains high. It comes out of all the interventions, and this despite the crisis that we are going through. Those two agendas are seen as the roadmap to recover better, and I must reiterate that it's impressive that so many African countries are going through with their VNR this year, and we heard how seriously they are taking the preparations of the report and the presentation in the HLPF. We heard how they are pursuing their efforts to implement those agendas, how the SDGs are integrated into the national development plans, which has proven to be a powerful way to put the SDGs at the heart of country policies. The efforts that are being made to mobilize resources for the SDGs and assess their cost. We heard from one of our country representatives and the efforts to mobilize adequate resources and investments. We heard about the need for external support, and Ambassador Kelapile was mentioning various actors that can help. We also heard that the past VNRs have been useful to help countries to improve their implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. And our representative from Egypt was saying that the VNRs are not end in themselves, but a tool that can help accelerate implementation, tells you where you stand in terms of the SDGs, the impact of COVID-19, helps to develop planning and policies. We heard how the VNR will help in developing the next plan. And Ambassador Kelapile made important points, I think, on how the VNR's reports and presentation can be shaped so that they are more conducive to peer learning and mobilizing support and partnerships and how they should identify next steps. This year it will be especially important because in September there will be a SDG moment organized by the Secretary General, and he would like VNR countries to come and present their long-term vision on how they will implement the SDGs. We also heard how countries are raising the bar for their second and third VNRs and how those second or third VNRs will build on the previous VNRs and, for example, deepen the attention to social policies and children. But of course, it remains difficult in the current situation, for example, to show the progress since the previous VNRs and show the impacts of policies. We heard about the importance of the implementation of the SDGs at the local level. And one example, how the central government is engaging the local governments. So that's a theme that was discussed earlier in the workshop, the importance of voluntary local reviews to provide information from the VNRs. We heard, I was referring to the impact of COVID-19, but we heard also from Najat about the dramatic impacts on children and violence against children with the COVID-19 epidemic. Also, our minister from Namibia spoke about intergenerational solidarity as part of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The situation regarding children is captured to some extent in the voluntary national reviews, but we also heard that there should be more efforts to do it and looking at all the SDGs. At the same time, there was a message also from Najat that policies and initiatives are being implemented to address the situation of children, and there are some successes that we can hear about at the HLPF. Again, the critical importance of peer learning. And last not least, we heard from Mr. Kamka how we need a whole of nation approach to the implementation of the agendas and to the VNR preparation. We heard about the efforts that the countries are making in engaging the stakeholders. but we also heard about the need to really empower the citizens and build the capacities of civil societies and people to contribute meaningfully to the VNRs. We heard about the challenges that remain, and Mr. Kankam also told us about the efforts that are being made regarding the preparation of this year's VNRs to make further progress in stakeholder engagement. And Najat spoke about the various actors that need to be engaged, civil society, children, youth, faith-based organization, the private sector. There was a question I didn't mention in the chat box, which was about sustaining political will, and I think stakeholder engagement is an important part of this, as are the actions by the minister and our representative from the planning ministry of Egypt. I think political will is sustained also both through advocacy and through the action within the government. We heard lastly about the importance of international and regional cooperation, which is more critical than ever as we struggle with COVID-19, but also the multiple other crises that we are facing and the situation that was prevailing before COVID-19 with the how late we were already on realizing the SDGs and the increase in hunger for several years. So all of these situations require international and regional cooperation. And we heard from our representative from Egypt about initiatives that exist in Africa on infrastructure and trade to support the countries in particular at the moment. The last point I would like to make is that really it is clear that the regional forum today and the HLPF can contribute to mobilizing international solidarity, international awareness about the situation in Africa, and peer learning on how we can best respond to these crises we are facing today. And with this, I would like to give the floor back to our chair for the session, Minister Mavina.
Thank you very much, Marion. Thank you for very competent facilitation of this session. And let me also thank your, I think it was 5 panelists who contributed very, very relevant and important information. I picked up, from, you did a very good job of summarizing the discussion, but I picked up the importance of peer learning through VNR and through forums like this. I also picked up the importance of persevering and continuing with a focus on the blueprints that have been provided by the Agenda 2030 as well as Agenda 2063. Additional to that, you remember the information that was shared in the morning regarding how we can do our progress reports, as well as the toolkit, which can be used to assess where we are, but also be a foundation for information as to where we should go. I saw the importance of making sure that the VNR itself is based on a very honest evaluation. It's no use making ourselves happy, but without providing concrete and relevant information. So we need to be honest. And then the importance of involvement of everyone, consultation is also very important. No one should be left behind. Children have to be visible as well. So this was very useful, invaluable information that has gone to our participants. And I want to wish well all those countries that are going to do their VNRs this year. Let me just say we need to take a break now for 15 minutes, come back and continue with the session that looks at voluntary local reviews, which will basically take us to the end of the day for today. So thank you again to the facilitator and to all the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to all the panelists.
Africa, on average, loses 5 to 9% of its GDP due to climate disasters and climate shocks every year. This week, we will be discussing ways in which we can build forward better, ways in which we can build forward greener. A resilient Africa actually creates more jobs for women, more jobs for the youth, has a lot more opportunity for SMEs. A resilient Africa is an Africa where our energy is cleaner, greener, more sustainable, and more affordable. These are the themes that we will be talking about over the next few days. We're also hoping to talk about internet connectivity and how a resilient Africa can help us with logistics as we've launched the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Investments in the green sector have a gross value added of the continent that could reach Africa, on average, loses 5 to 9% of its GDP due to climate disasters and climate shocks every year. This week, we will be discussing ways in which we can build forward better, ways in which we can build forward greener. A resilient Africa actually creates more jobs for women, more jobs for the youth, has a lot more opportunity for SMEs. A resilient Africa is an Africa where our energy is cleaner, greener, more sustainable, and more affordable. These are the themes that we will be talking about over the next few days. We're also hoping to talk about internet connectivity and how a resilient Africa can help us with logistics as we've launched the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Investments in the green sector have a gross value added of the continent that could reach the trillions if we were able to put in place the right policies that ensure that Africa can actually take advantage of what is effectively a sustainable building forward, building resilient, and building towards the SDGs Agenda 2030, and of course the African Africa we want. So we hope that together, during these next few days, we can talk about a just transition for Africa, a transition that allows Africa to phase out of the current use of its fossil fuels and natural gas into a more sustainable zero-emissions continent by 2050, as is agreed in the Paris Accords. It is going to take Africa time. Africa needs the support of its citizens, but also of the international community to ensure that we can go from 60% access to energy to 100% access to energy, and we hope that we can do that in a way that allows us to also power our industry, give our jobs to our women, ensure that kids can go to school and have affordable electricity, and that women can cook safely with clean gas. Today, about 23 million African women die because of poor cooking stoves. Financing this green recovery is financing Africa's future, is building towards a prosperous Africa by 2030. Enjoy the African Regional Sustainable Development Forum. Welcome virtually to all the guests, and thank you to the government of Congo for welcoming the Economic Commission of Africa to Congo and for launching this ambitious program of a green and more resilient Africa with us. Thank you.
We are focusing on building forward for an African green recovery because Africa faces an unprecedented crisis. Africa faces its first recession in 25 years, and it's obvious that by using the same modalities to try and build our economies, we will not build the resilience that we need. African economies have been too dependent on extractive industries and the export of commodities, and we need to diversify those economies and look at that diversification in a sustainable way, which also builds resilience to climate change. And what we have seen through a case study on South Africa is that we get the most output in relation to investments, for example, in renewable energy, where we see more than 250% more jobs by investment in these sectors compared to traditional fossil fuel-based sectors. We're also seeing that in terms of value added, that there is over 420% more value added by investment in green sectors compared to investment in traditional sectors. So the focus of the report is really where do we put our stimulus money to have the maximum impact, and what we are seeing is this is around resilient infrastructure, particularly renewable energy. It's about resilient food security systems which lean on the African continental free trade area. It's also about redefining our relationship with nature through nature-based solutions, whereby we are investing in nature to create jobs, but also protect nature in the long term. Examples include the Great Green Wall of the Sahel or Ethiopia's Green Legacy program, for example. And we must, of course, to achieve all of this, have sustainable finance and financing mechanisms to achieve this green recovery for Africa.
Africa, on average, loses 5 to 9% of its GDP due to climate disasters and climate shocks every year. This week, we will be discussing ways in which we can build forward better, ways in which we can build forward greener. A resilient Africa actually creates more jobs for women, more jobs for the youth, has a lot more opportunity for SMEs. A resilient Africa is an Africa where our energy is cleaner, greener, more sustainable, and more affordable. These are the themes that we will be talking about over the next few days. We're also hoping to talk about internet connectivity and how a resilient Africa can help us with logistics as we've launched the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Investments in the green sector have a gross value added of the continent that could reach the trillions if we were able to put in place the right policies that ensure that Africa can actually take advantage of what is effectively a sustainable building forward, building resilient, and building towards the SDGs Agenda 2030, and of course the Africa we want. So we hope that together during these next few days we can talk about a just transition for Africa, a transition that allows Africa to phase out of the current use of its fossil fuels and natural gas into a more sustainable zero-emissions continent by 2050, as is agreed in the Paris Accords. It is going to take Africa time. Africa needs the support of its citizens, but also of the international community to ensure that we can go from 60% access to energy to 100% access to energy, and we hope that we can do that in a way that allows us to also power our industry, give our jobs to our women, ensure that kids can go to school and have affordable electricity, and that women can cook safely with clean gas. Today, about 23 million African women die because of poor cooking stoves. Financing this green recovery is financing Africa's future, is building towards a prosperous Africa by 2030. Enjoy the African Regional Sustainable Development Forum. Welcome virtually to all the guests, and thank you to the government of Congo for welcoming the Economic Commission of Africa to Congo and for launching this ambitious program of a green and more resilient Africa with us. Thank you.
We are focusing on building forward for an African green recovery because Africa faces an unprecedented crisis. Africa faces its first recession in 25 years, and it's obvious that by using the same modalities to try and build our economies, we will not build the resilience that we need. African economies have been too dependent on extractive industries and the export of commodities, and we need to diversify those economies and look at that diversification in a sustainable way, which also builds resilience to climate change. And what we have seen through a case study on South Africa is that we get the most output in relation to investments, for example, in renewable energy, where we see more than 250% more jobs by investment in these sectors compared to traditional fossil fuel-based sectors. We're also seeing that in terms of value added, that there is over 420% more value added by investment in green sectors compared to investment in traditional sectors. So the focus of the report is really where do we put our stimulus money to have the maximum impact, and what we are seeing is this is around resilient infrastructure, particularly renewable energy. It's about resilient food security systems which lean on the African continental free trade area. It's also about redefining our relationship with nature through nature-based solutions, whereby we are investing in nature to create jobs, but also protect nature in the long term. Examples include the Great Green Wall of the Sahel or Ethiopia's Green Legacy program, for example. And we must, of course, to achieve all of this, have sustainable finance. And this is where this links also with a report already released by the ECA on Building Forward Together, where we look at innovative financing mechanisms to achieve this green recovery for Africa.
Africa, on average, loses 5 to 9% of its GDP due to climate disasters and climate shocks every year. This week, we will be discussing ways in which we can build forward better, ways in which we can build forward greener. A resilient Africa actually creates more jobs for women, more jobs for the youth, has a lot more opportunity for SMEs. A resilient Africa is an Africa where our energy is cleaner, greener, more sustainable, and more affordable. These are the themes that we will be talking about over the next few days. We're also hoping to talk about internet connectivity and how a resilient Africa can help us with logistics as we've launched the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Investments in the green sector have a gross value added of the continent that could reach the trillions if we were able to put in place the right policies that ensure that Africa can actually take advantage of what is effectively a sustainable building forward, building resilient, and building towards the SDGs Agenda 2030, and of course the Africa we want. So we hope that together during these next few days we can talk about a just transition for Africa, a transition that allows Africa to phase out of the current use of its fossil fuels and natural gas into a more sustainable zero emissions continent by 2050, as is agreed in the Paris Accords. It is going to take Africa time. Africa needs the support of its citizens, but also of the international community to ensure that we can go from 60% access to energy to 100% access to energy, and we hope that we can do that in a way that allows us to also power our industry, give our jobs to our women, ensure that kids can go to school and have affordable electricity, and that women can cook safely with clean gas. Today, about 23 million African women die because of poor cooking stoves. Financing this green recovery is financing Africa's future, is building towards a prosperous Africa by 2030. Enjoy the African Regional Sustainable Development Forum. Welcome virtually to all the guests, and thank you to the government of Congo for welcoming the Economic Commission of Africa to Congo and for launching this ambitious program of a green and more resilient Africa with us. Thank you.
We are focusing on building forward for an African green recovery because Africa faces an unprecedented crisis. Africa faces its first recession in 25 years, and it's obvious that by using the same modalities to try and build our economies, we will not build the resilience that we need. African economies have been too dependent on extractive industries and the export of commodities, and we need to diversify those economies and look at that diversification in a sustainable way, which also builds resilience to climate change. And what we have seen through a case study on South Africa is that we get the most output in relation to investments, for example, in renewable energy, where we see more than 250% more jobs by investment in these sectors compared to traditional fossil fuel-based sectors. We're also seeing that in terms of value added, that there is over 420% more value added by investment in green sectors compared to investment in traditional sectors. So the focus of the report is really where do we put our stimulus money to have the maximum impact, and what we are seeing is this is around resilient infrastructure, particularly renewable energy.
Alors, bonjour, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président de session. Je pense qu'on peut commencer.
Parfait, parfait. Merci beaucoup. Alors, Excellence, chers collègues, bonjour. Mes salutations depuis Alger à l'ensemble des participants, notamment ceux que je connais, comme Marion, qui a brillamment modéré la table ronde précédente. C'est un honneur et un plaisir pour moi de présider cette seconde table ronde plénière qui va porter sur les examens volontaires locaux et apprentissage par les pairs afin de soutenir l'action locale pour une reprise durable et pour mieux construire l'avenir après la crise du Covid-19. Et pour la mise en œuvre, le suivi et l'examen des progrès du programme 2030 et de l'agenda 2063. Comme tous les pays, l'Algérie est pleinement engagée dans la réalisation des ODD et des objectifs de l'agenda 2063 pour ce qui concerne les pays africains. L'Algérie a présenté son premier rapport national volontaire sur la mise en œuvre des ODD en 2019. Elle a également présenté en 2020 son rapport d'avancement dans la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063. Et qui a alimenté le premier rapport continental sur l'état de la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063. Alors, ces deux rapports présentés par l'Algérie l'ont été avec une implication active des collectivités locales. Nombre de résultats encourageants ont été observés. Toutefois, la crise sanitaire actuelle a déjà impacté cette trajectoire au niveau mondial et également local. Ainsi, les chances d'atteindre les objectifs fixés, notamment ceux du programme 2030, ont été amoindries de manière significative, je dirais. La réponse de la communauté internationale réside peut-être, du moins en partie, au niveau local, avec un montant évalué à une moyenne de 26 $ seulement, d'après certaines sources. Les dépenses par habitant des collectivités locales africaines sont parmi les plus faibles du monde, déjà insuffisamment dotées en ressources. De nombreuses collectivités locales africaines n'ont guère les moyens de faire face à la crise du Covid-19. Alors, d'où l'intérêt de cette table ronde et de façon plus large la plateforme qu'offrira le Forum politique de haut niveau cette année pour permettre un apprentissage des expériences des uns et des autres, mais également d'appeler à davantage de financement et à lutter contre les flux financiers illicites, comme a souligné hier M. le ministre Mavima. Je noterai également une tendance progressive ces dernières années de l'implication des collectivités locales au forum politique de haut niveau. Je dirais que l'objectif de tout cela est de parvenir à surmonter les défis anciens et aussi ceux nouveaux posés par la pandémie de la Covid-19 et en sortir avec des systèmes de santé et des économies plus résilients afin de ne laisser personne pour compte et que les collectivités locales des 55 États membres de l'Union africaine puissent corriger la trajectoire actuelle impactée par la crise sanitaire et permettre la réalisation des objectifs de l'agenda 2063 et plus important encore pour atteindre les ODD car le compte à rebours des 10 années a déjà commencé pour le programme 2030. Alors sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole à la modératrice, Madame Tokozil Rosvidzo, directrice de la division du genre, de la lutte contre la pauvreté et des politiques sociales au sein de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, pour introduire les panélistes et puis pour modérer cette table ronde. À vous la parole, Madame.
Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, distinguished participants, all protocols observed. Thank you very much, Chair, for introducing this session. There is no doubt that voluntary local reviews are critical and they've gained momentum globally in the Africa region as globally and in the Africa region as instruments for localizing the implementation, monitoring, and review of the SDGs as well as Agenda 2063 in our continent. And the role of local government cannot be underestimated. So far, 60 voluntary reviews of Agenda 2030 have been conducted globally. And in Africa, 9 local governments have prepared their voluntary local reviews, of which 5 received support from us at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. As you will all remember, for those that were present in Victoria Falls, the voluntary local reviews were showcased for the first time in 2020 in Victoria Falls, and they were well received. The forum's outcome urged member states to support local reviews in coordination with national reviews, and they also requested the UN to develop a guide and a template for local reviews in Africa. We have since developed that template, and we presented it to the preparatory meeting which took place on the 26th and 27th of February, which is last Friday and Saturday. And the workshop where they were presented generated a rich debate and concrete actionable recommendations and underscored once again the importance of voluntary local reviews for accelerating progress with Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Therefore, this session today is very important. And in this session, we have a distinguished panel of speakers representing national and local government associations, and partner institutions who all have valuable reflections to share with us on the role, potential, and future of voluntary local reviews in Africa. The objective of this session is as follows. 1, this roundtable is designed to showcase and exchange the experiences of cities and other sub-national local governments with voluntary local reviews and the contribution of such reviews to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Agenda 2063 at the local level, strengthening voluntary national reviews, as well as bolstering action to better implement the two agenda, especially in the context of the COVID-19 crisis. This discussion will be led, as I've already said, by a panel which is comprised of selected policymakers and senior experts from cities and other subnational entities that are conducting voluntary local reviews. I don't want to spend too much time speaking because we have the experts who are going to share with us. And I'm going to introduce each panelist as I call them to speak so that I don't take time introducing them now. And also to alert the panelists that you've got 10 minutes. We have an hour and 45 minutes in this session. So if you spend an hour, as there are 6 of you, then we'll have enough time, 45 minutes for a general discussion. It is therefore my pleasure now to invite the first panelist, His Excellency July Moyo, the Minister of Local Government and Public Works of Zimbabwe. Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Director, and welcome home while you are there.
Thank you.
Since last year, the meeting that took place in Victoria Falls, we have been seized with a number of issues regarding volatile local reporting. And in Zimbabwe, like all other countries, COVID-19 did interfere with our activities, but given the new normal, we are forging ahead. And this year, what we are wanting to report on is the issue on the importance of involvement in the implementation by local authorities, and also how the private sector is positioning itself to make sure that they make contributions. And thanks to COVID-19, in some cases, we have been able to mobilize the private sector and developing partners to work very, very closely with us. And in the case of Zimbabwe, at national level, in order to do this voluntary local reporting, we are the ministry that coordinates resource mobilization as well as coordination in the implementation of this agenda at local level. But we are also coordinating COVID-19 resource mobilization, and we are wanting to make sure that we integrate everything that we are doing into SDGs. The SDGs must be fully integrated and mainstreamed in the council development plans and strategies. We have just approved all our budgets for all our 92 local authorities, and we used the strategic nature that we developed in Victoria Falls to make sure that the budget, which is their most active development plan, is implemented by all the local authorities. And of course, we have used the advantages of those 2 local authorities that have been financed through this VLR, Harare and Victoria Falls. We have also said, let's increase awareness about the SDGs through this avenue of voluntary local reporting. The city of Harare, for instance, now has a stakeholder policy which provides a platform to enable effective stakeholder participation. And they have these ward development committees and the budgetary advisory committees in order to make sure that there is feedbacks which come from their residents. The city also came up with 2 gender-based violence clinics, one of which is a 24-hour clinic that provides expeditious, comprehensive, and specialist medical care to victims of gender-based violence. And during this COVID-19, we have been anticipating and we have been monitoring to make sure that the gender-based violence does not increase because people are staying at home during lockdowns. In our view to ensure that there is comprehensive and sustainable development goals, we have the city of Victoria Falls. When you were there, it was just a municipality. It's now a city. And our president was able to go to Victoria Falls, and they took this time to showcase what they had learned through this voluntary local reporting. And it's like the whole of government moved to Victoria Falls. Our president was given the first freedom of the city, and they made sure that they give us their strategic plan, which is linked to the planning that takes place not just in Victoria Falls as the eminent hub for our tourism industry, but all the surrounding areas, local authorities in the rural areas as well as in the new cities are also involved. And Victoria Falls, making sure that it is not alone. Alone we can go fast, but together we can go far. They made a lot of consultations which they learned from this voluntary reporting that they've been doing at the local level. So Victoria Falls town is committed to an inclusive development strategy, recognizing that the dignity of all people is fundamental. And since it is inviting a lot of tourists, they want to showcase that they are not doing it alone as a local authority. Victoria Falls City Council began to take over ownership of Agenda 2030 as well in 2016, after reviewing the linkages between the sustainable goals and the development plans. Victoria Falls has put in place a clear institutional framework to guide the implementation of goals and programs. And this, we hope they can continue. Because of the program-based budgeting, again, they have been able to look at all the issues related to infrastructure, to financing, and to make sure that it is linked to the SDGs and the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Madam, when it comes to the issue of service level, to make sure that we don't leave anybody behind, the city has been conducting service level benchmarking to look at all the issues that contribute to SDGs. And this can be refuse collection, water, sewerage, all that the city has been going through, and all the other local authorities, we are making sure that they also are doing it. So when you are saying how a voluntary local reviews in your country strengthen the commitment to policy and the program performance with a view to bolstering local and implementation and reporting on the 2030 agenda and Agenda 2063. Our service level benchmarking has been assisting us. We have invited partnerships, including the private sector, to work with the local authorities in order to fulfill Agenda SDG 17. In upgrading the municipality, we have looked at the resources that the city has, and this resonates with the international tourist destinations. And Victoria Falls, I'm just using on this one, Victoria Falls is Agenda SDG 11 on sustainable cities and communities. And I think using again VLR, the municipality of Victoria Falls has now scored a number of international recognitions, including one of their hotels being recognized as #2 must-visit international hotels. This is Victoria Falls Hotel. In Zimbabwe, the local authorities, having looked at the gender balance, out of 1,958 councillors at present, only 274 are women councillors. And the women councillors being assisted by partners, they looked at gender mainstreaming. They had a competition here in Harare, all the local authorities competing to see who is doing very well in terms of gender mainstreaming. But they went further, having analyzed and went ahead and called the president, and they had a meeting, successful meeting with the president, where they made a presentation as local authorities acting at the local level. And their request was, Mr. President, let's have quota system at the local authority level so that at least 30% of the elected councillors will be competing only as women, not to compete with men. And this has been agreed, and the government of Zimbabwe is now making a constitutional amendment to accommodate this gender mainstreaming. Madam Director, Coordinator, I can go to SDG 1 and SDG 3 and indicate what Harare is doing in terms of prioritizing ending poverty. Some of the initiatives that the Harare has taken to address poverty include development of an informal sector. This COVID-19 has taught us that we cannot ignore informal sector. It can be centers of spreading this COVID-19, but it's an essential partner in developing the whole country's economy. So Harare City Council is now building better, back better, these small to medium enterprise centers. And they've constructed now vendor markets for informal traders with support from central government and also from partners. The city on SDG 3, the city has all made positive efforts to improve access to primary health care. And the COVID-19, we took over as government 1,500 clinics, which are run by local authorities. And we, together with the local authorities, we have now upgraded them, but they remain the properties of local authorities. They have also constructed clinics. Chidubu satellite clinic is 85% complete, and they will service over 300,000 people in Glenora and southern parts. So the city is alive to fulfilling a number of items on agenda on SDG 3. On SDG 5, Harare is committed to achieving gender equality and women empowerment, and the Constitution provides a robust legal framework. The gender policy which they revised is now in place, and we are, and the SPA partners, they are monitoring each other, local authority to local authority, but also a central government will keep an eye on what they're doing. On SDG 9, on infrastructure, I think during COVID, we have made sure that the infrastructure is so essential if we are going to fight against this pandemic. So our clinics have been renovated. We have looked at water and sewerage. We have looked at refuse collection. And now government has just declared, because of the incessant rains and also accessibility, that all local authorities, we are now going to assist them, and they are identifying which of the infrastructure, which roads they want to do so that we recover. So recovery is important. You cannot recover at national level unless you recover at the local level. So the local level is assisting us in identifying everything that we need to do in order to recover from COVID-19. This is helped by them analyzing their voluntary reporting at the local level. So this has become the basis of government planning. The local authority voluntary reporting has become the real base for all our planning, because we get the raw information from the local authorities. And we are happy that the data model that you shared with us, which we have now cascaded to all the local authorities, is helping us to retrieve data with some better accuracy and some comparability, which we didn't have before this. So yes, the challenges of doing this, in the case of Zimbabwe, financing is a problem. You know, we are under sanctions, and so local authorities are no longer receiving international donor financing as they used to do, but we have to meet the challenge nevertheless. We have accustomed ourselves to say, whatever happens, our local authorities must survive because they are the base. So our macroeconomic situation, we have challenges, and that also impacts on our voluntary local reporting. The COVID-19 has slowed us down in terms of inadequate provision of services, in development of informal settlements, in the environmental degradation. But in our planning, because we have the information from the local level, we think we will do better. Climate change is still a major impact on our voluntary local reporting, because all these natural disasters are affecting us. But data is crucial. And I think if I can call upon both ECA and other aid agencies to continue to work on Africa, we can share much more data, because and much more information, because we will have worked together. I thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Director, Madam Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and for sharing the experience of Zimbabwe, especially the experience from the two cities, Victoria Falls and Harare, who we supported as ECA in their first voluntary local reviews. We are proud that you are using that experience throughout the country, and also noting that at the national level, you are supporting through financial allocations to ensure that at the local level, they start addressing all the SDGs. And hopefully in the next few years, probably in the next year or two, all the other local level governments can start their voluntary local reviews. Thank you very much for sharing that experience. And more so because the reviews by Victoria Falls and Harare were very successful. Thank you, your Minister. I'll now invite Mr. Ambrose Honoria, the Commissioner for Ngora District, Uganda. And again, to remind you that it's 10 minutes. If you see me showing my face, you know your 10 minutes is almost up. Mr. Ambrose Honoria, I hope you are there. Please, can you take the floor? Are you there? Mr. Honoria, the Commissioner for Ngora District, Uganda. I don't see him. I'll come back to him and move on to Mr. Dimitri Pozadiave. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, from the Global Advisor for Local Government Finance, the United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF. Dimitri, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Thokozile. I recall our meeting in Jinja about a couple of years ago.
Years ago, that's true.
Yes.
That's true, I remember that as well. Thank you. Dimitri, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Thokozile. So I would like to talk today, and I will share my screen with you about some experiences with on voluntary local reviews in the region, in East Africa. And I'm going to talk about the missing links and the emerging links that we can observe through such reviews. Yes. Let me first put it into a context. We are talking about the COVID context. And of course, the biggest risk is that the COVID situation may unravel the achievements in the SDGs over the past few years. We are not out of the woods yet. We are talking about new variants of the virus. We are talking about third or fourth waves. And what we have been observing so far in terms of the growth, and this is what this diagram demonstrates, is that localities, local governments, in this particular case cities, have experienced a significant drop in their growth rates. And you can also see that the drop is uneven. It's uneven against the overall national growth rate drops, as well as against other comparable cities in the region, and this is mostly East Africa, as you can see. Some of those cities or local governments go into the negative area in terms of their growth, and particularly smaller ones have been affected not only because of the overall drop in the level of economic activities, which is understandable because of lockdown restrictions and so on and so forth, but also because here in Africa, we have very few local governments that are fiscally sustainable. They rely to a large extent on intergovernmental transfers from the central government, and we have seen really significant drops between 25 to 30% across the continent coming as intergovernmental transfers to local governments. This, of course, creates a lot of uneasiness and brings into the focus the question of how we approach to the SDGs, to the implementation of the SDGs, and we should highlight when we are doing voluntary local reviews. Now, there are several missing links that we observe in the voluntary local reviews. Incidentally, I'm connecting from Kampala in Uganda, and of course, one of the pioneers of VLRs is Ngoro district here in Uganda, and I would like to recognize and to thank our ECA colleagues for supporting this particular review. So based on this and other reviews, the review in Victoria Falls has just been mentioned, as well as in Harare. What we see that first, the structure of local economy and in particular prevalence of informality is delinked to how it is reflected in the reviews. And this is what the Honorable Minister has just said, that the role of informality in African local governments is so huge. To give you an idea, in Uganda, for example, 85% of population are engaged in the informal sector, and we are talking about engagement outside agriculture, of course. So without having that data, it is very difficult to provide a sensible analysis that would reflect the progress towards the SDGs. It's also the complexity of analysis and application of various techniques. The inadequate local capacity in those local governments, except for the bigger ones, such as Harare or Kampala or Dar es Salaam, makes it really challenging for them to carry out VLRs at a level that would meet the required standard. The context. I have already mentioned it, the context of COVID-19. We need to contextualize cross-cutting dimensions: resilience, sustainability, and quality of growth. It's not enough to say that development goals are sustainable. How you actually achieve sustainability also matters. And this doesn't always come out in the reviews and the analysis. There is a significant gap in the means of implementation. The fiscal space requirement for the SDGs at the local level is an absolutely crucial piece of information. And unfortunately, there is a delink there with fiscal gap analysis and financing strategy. It is not reflected properly how the progress towards the SDG agenda at the local level can be financed. It's also the competences, the public entity competences that are required for the SDGs. There is a delink with actual competences framework, and local governments act or produce those reviews on the assumption that they can do whatever is required for the achievement of the SDGs, whereas in practice, this is not so, whether we are talking about administrative policy or fiscal authorities at the local level. And the last one is the monitoring challenge. Still, we have a gap in local SDG target setting. There is no clear breakdown of the SDGs and adaptation to the local level, and there is a delink with local medium-term strategies and annual work plans and budgets. It is not clear, looking at the annual work plans and budgets, how an investment in, say, construction of 2 schools or construction of 3 health centers really help the local government to achieve whatever target they have set for themselves in terms of under 5 mortality, for example, or in terms of communicable diseases rates. And last but not least is, of course, continuous SDG monitoring and reporting. There is a link in terms of the systems and mechanisms localized SDG tracking platforms. And whereas some countries have moved towards establishment of such platforms, we are still quite far from having a reliable mechanism that would allow this continuous tracking and monitoring. These are the challenges, but we also have the good part of the story. And what we observe is particularly when the process is properly organized and it is participatory and inclusive, we have clear link to enhanced social cohesion and even to local conflict management. In some cases, we can see that the engagement of a different group really helps to address local conflicts and reduce different tensions. It is also quite a powerful tool for enhancing local contributions in different respects. We have examples of enhanced public participation in monitoring public services due to better understanding and sensitization of the community and the civil society organizations about the SDGs and their roles. And one such example is in Gora district, for example. We have observed also as proud of different voluntary initiatives, such as repairs on some secondary roads, investments in education facilities, community type education facilities, some community infrastructure, contributions through free labor, local materials, and so on and so forth. We have also seen better interaction between the private sector through public-private cooperation. Ultimately, this whole exercise, the production of the report, strengthen the focus on local SDG implementation. And even with the challenges that I have mentioned, create better alignment of local plans and programs.
Thank you, Dimitri. Thank you for raising almost some similar points to what the minister raised. The issue of fiscus and the allocation of resources at the local level and the importance of doing that. The issues of informality, I think we need to look at informality because the majority of the cities in Africa have the informal sector dominating, in the forms of trade, in the forms of production. So it's important that we look at it. Competencies, monitoring and setting, target setting. These are critical issues that we should look at if the SDGs can be implemented effectively at the local level. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Mr. Omar Sayala, the Regional Officer for Africa, United Nations Human Settlement Program, UN Habitat. Omar, over to you. Omar, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here. Sorry about, I was trying to upload my presentation. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon or evening to everyone. I'm pleased to be here, Madam Chair, to talk about this voluntary local review in the context of Africa. I think it's a timely exercise why we are in the process of looking into recovery process from COVID-19 now. And the perspective I'm bringing in this conversation is really data for what? We have the data. It's about generating report, but how this data can be harnessed to produce a sound and early recovery from this COVID-19. Of course, today this COVID-19 is give us a new way of reaching SDGs and this agenda to 2063, but also a new way of working and collaborating around this, this voluntary local review system. But at the same time, Madam Chair, as you mentioned it, I think cities in Africa is a quite very important point. In the fact that, the rapid trend of urbanization in Africa is producing a lot of human settlement and also opportunity for economic growth and transformation. That's the reason why it's come to voluntary local review. It's about questioning really how best to use this data for efficient recovery, but also looking into the role of local government and also for decentralization. So the perspective of UN Habitat, of course, we are starting working with UNECA and try developing some methodology and framework. So the perspective of this presenter is mainly presenting some question that you need to ask if you want to really have a sound recovery system, a good use of this data. The first slide is giving you an estimate of the trend of urbanization in Africa and what is emerging in terms of fastest growing cities in terms of secondary and intermediate town. But at the same time, we see this as a challenge during this COVID-19 response, which was not easy at all to deal with that. And today we have this economic, environmental, and social impact, deriving from this COVID-19 that we need to deal if we want to put our cities back to the right track when we talk about building back better. And this study has been done jointly with ECA, UNCDF, Shelter Africa, and UCLG Africa during this COVID response to guide a bit, intervention and policy at the cities level in Africa. So for that, UN Habitat has put a framework, a way we respond to this voluntary local review. As mentioned by the predecessor intervention, the participation and inclusion is very important. Local communities, universities, and now we talk about private sector, which is very important. But at the same time, UN Habitat has established a lot of mechanisms. And one of the key mechanisms is a global urban monitoring framework, which is addressing as well the need for the new urban agenda, because the new urban agenda is a means of implementation of the SDGs. And all this will lead to developing knowledge, but also developing technical cooperation and activities at the ground level. I think that's the reason why sometimes we need to think about content. Of course, process is good, but after process, what is next? And that's what we want to address through this framework. The second point is some sample of data, Madam Chair, we got from this analysis of the SDGs. And we are trying to link Africa with the rest of the world in terms of comparison. As you may see it, one challenge is when we talk about informality is Islam in Africa, which is growing, and we see the challenge coming with that. There is a COVID-19 in terms of access to basic services, in terms of access to water and sanitation, energy, health system, and education and others. Today, the challenge is what approach we need to take, on this recovery phases, and how we can use affordable and adequate housing for all to develop policy. And we have this issue of finances as well, which is jeopardizing many initiatives on the housing sector in terms of using housing as a dynamic for recovery in this COVID-19. 56% of informal settlement in Africa is quite a lot to deal with that. The second point, which is very important, because I hear from the Vera, presentation on this video, talk about green and sustainable recovery. And one element for the cities in Africa is about public space. So if you look at the importance of public service in terms of providing ecological services, improve health and well-being, ensuring social inclusion and economic exchange. So I think we need to think about best way of integrating our planning systems, the issue of public space, which is giving opportunity for greening as well. But unfortunately, Africa is still lagging behind, because if you look at the proportion of people who can walk 400 meters to get to the public space, they are too little. So it means that there's a lot that need to be done on this particular place of a public space. The second point is about transport. I think this has been a critical element during this COVID response, and now for the recovery, because we need to rethink our transport system in a way that they can address the issue of health system, but at the same time, in terms of production to the economic system. I see a lot of movement on LRT, BRT in Africa cities, but at the same time, I think we need to look at the informal sector, how best to access. So I think many countries has a way of dealing with informality, but still for tracing for the epidemic is also an issue, but now for the recovery, I think this is an area we need to unlock. So how UN Habitat is moving that, we are developing some guidelines. So as I mentioned earlier, we are trying to link regional, local, and global level at the same time, because if you look at, for example, from the request from local government, there's a need as well to look into national development plan, which is important because we need to talk about alignment and coordination different level. But at the same time, this local review is very important for feeding in the national process. And this guideline we are developing with the help of UCLG as well in collaboration is looking into this particularly of articulation between local and national. But at the same time, articulating around 4 sections. I will not go into details, but it will be really soon. But this is some statistic I try to show, I think, to show that how Africa is behind. If you want to reach the Sustainable Development Goal, or the Vision 2063, I think there's time for acceleration. And I'm happy that ECA is really engaged on that with this guideline we are developing. Because if you look at the proportion of cities who have been, able to produce this VLR and VNR, they are 5 to 8%, which is quite a low number. And this will lead me to my last slide: how we want to fill the gap. And I'm talking about making good use of the data, because if you want to get, sound recovery system, making sure as well everything is now left, no one left behind on this process. I really see the best way of looking. And I think so I'm bringing this aspect of urban socio-economic recovery plan. And we see a lot of movement on that. For example, in Kisumu, in Kenya, I think there's quite a very progressive approach have been used by the county in developing a comprehensive and very consultative recovery plan, even if we are talking about the end of this COVID-19. In the perspective of UN Habitat as well, we are supporting some country, Cameroon, Ghana, South Sudan, on the issue of data collection to inform this process. That's the reason why I believe that when we are talking about process, whenever we talk about reporting, it's good to see how best we can use those data to really inform those, recovery plan. But also identify a gap. We see this COVID-19 has led to a lot of inequalities in Africa, especially. I mentioned these people living in informal settlement without access to internet. And we are talking about smart city now. I don't think this smart city is applicable to this community while they don't have access to water and sanitation. We need to look at those inequalities as well, emerging from that, and how best to fill this gap. And this particular collaboration, I think with UCLG Africa, we are working with the county of Kisumu to do kind of retrofit of the local economic development using some strategy. But what is important is the process of participation of bringing all parties to reflect on their view and expectation in this process. That's something which is very important. And also one challenge is we mentioned, I think from the previous, the issue of capacity is financing, of course, but also is capacity for local government to generate those data, but also being able to establish this infrastructure and maintain this infrastructure. Again, this work that ECA is doing is fundamental for me. This guideline that we discussed from this Niagara Falls meeting, which will be a framework that can help local government in a simple way of generating those data. But at the same time, my question is what could be the role of the African Union, especially STC 8, if you want, which is the location of all this work that the EU is doing on the cities, human settlement, and others, and we see the issue of capacity. But the whole question now, moving forward, is how best to engage and involve all this STC 8. And lastly, as well, how we can use those data for building evidence and advocacy. I think we have a lot of opportunity to come. One is AfriCities next year in April, how we can gather all this evidence and show progress on this achievement as the SDGs and Vision 2063. But at the same time, UN Habitat will be leading on this high-level meeting next April in 2022 on cities and human settlement, which is an opportunity. And lastly, African Union Summit as well, which is another opportunity. I think we need to look at a way of bringing head of state on this discussion and build the messaging from there. They can understand why urbanization is important and what does it mean of missing this SDG and Vision 2063. Chair, this is just some reflection I want to bring on the table. Again, I'm happy to be here, and congratulations to all people who contribute to this organization of this forum. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Omar, and we look forward to the high-level meeting in 2022 and partnering with you. Also emphasizing on the point of data, which the minister did refer to, and specifically requested that partners come in and support local government in terms of data that is useful to monitor and review progress. All the panelists have spoken about the impact of COVID, and this we cannot underestimate. We know Africa is not likely to meet the SDGs, especially with the challenges of COVID. You spoke about the framework for VLRs that UN Habitat has worked on, very useful, and I think we should put it on the table for use by local government. Thank you very much, Omar. You had so many rich points, and I'm hoping during the discussions we can reflect on them. Thank you very much. I will now before I invite Mr. Mbasi, I would like to invite Mr. Ambrose Honoria so that we can have all the local government reflections. Mr. Honoria, are you there? Mr. Ambrose Honoria is the Commissioner for Ngora District in Uganda, and we had the opportunity of working with them as ECA. Mr. Honoria, are you there? Are you there? Oma, can I ask you to take off your PowerPoint? I don't know whether Mr. Honoria has challenges connecting. I'll come back to you, Mr. Honoria, because I think you have challenges connecting, and invite Jean-Pierre Mbasi, Mr. Jean-Pierre Mbasi, the Secretary General of the United Cities and Local Governments of Africa. Over to you, sir, and our valued partner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for allowing me to also input in this important roundtable. I will stick to the questionnaire, but I pick some of the questions, only some of them. First of all, the voluntary local reviews have been received by African local governments, members of UCLG Africa, as a progress in defining and reporting on public policies in African countries. The local voluntary report complement the voluntary national report reviews because they bring in the perspective of the public authorities closest to the people. They are also a mean to assess the reality and impact of the implementation of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 on the ground. But we think it is important to take into consideration the fact that the review has been an empowerment tool where it has been done. In many developed countries, voluntary local reviews are done by individual cities and subnational governments. This is also the case in a country like Kenya, where a number of county governments have submitted a county voluntary review. But generally, in most African countries, the production of voluntary local reviews is taken up by the National Association of Local Governments. And through this approach, voluntary local reviews has allowed cities to have a better knowledge of the SDGs and of Agenda 2063 and start envisioning, localizing these agendas. This process has led to more and more demands arising from these cities to be better supported in the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063, since they consider that the motto of leaving no one behind applies also to cities and human settlement in the form of leaving no locality behind. What is at stake with the elaboration of voluntary national and local reviews is much more than the preparation of reports. It is a question of setting up all local societies and driving forces in motion in favor of the localization of SDGs and Agenda 2063, leading to territorializing of public policies. Each city and locality define its own way and its own trajectory for the implementation of these agendas. And the issue here is that of the choice of what to do first and how to ensure implementation is on track. Here comes the debate on prioritizing and the debate on indicators. And the usefulness to adopt methodologies that can be mastered locally, such as the one proposed by UNECA, United Nations Economic Community for Africa, UN Habitat, and UCLG. But above all, there is need to align the monitoring and reporting methodologies and mechanisms of both the national and local voluntary reviews. This should be done through a structured dialogue between the two levels of public governance, which ideally should be also open to other stakeholders. The ultimate objective of this exercise is to give credibility to these agendas so that the populations regain confidence in the solidarity between human beings, where the observation of human behavior, notably to face the COVID-19 pandemic, has shown a tendency to the decline of international cooperation. So in what way COVID has impacted all these exercises? Omar cited a study that we conducted with UNECA and UN Habitat and UCLG Africa. That shows that on average, for all African local governments, COVID has represented a drop in local finance of around minus 65% and to 30%. So these figures show that if the current trends continue, it is feared that local government will lose 2/3 of their resources, thus jeopardizing the provision of local public services to the population. In the worst scenario, a decline in local finance equivalent to 1/3 of local budget is to be expected. And this is a real concern. And COVID-19 has shown also that it is important to rehabilitate the function of stabilizing and redistributing public finance transfers between state and local governments. It is very important that this fiscal decentralization is used as a stabilization and redistribution system. Part of the proceeds of the taxes and levies that have been centralized until now can be used via financial transfer system to cushion cycle and natural or external shocks. Territorial subsidy systems should particularly support local government in their role as gas pedals of local economic development, so that the growth of local economy supports wealth creation and redistribution at the national level. It has been shown how dependent informal sector companies are on the basic equipment and infrastructure put in place by local authorities. Any lasting depression in the capacity of local government to invest in the development of basic facilities and services will inevitably lead to a deterioration in the living condition and environment of the people, and a drastic reduction in informal sector activities. Policies to support economic activities defined in response to the economic consequences of the coronavirus pandemic must therefore take the greatest possible account of the impact of the crisis on local budget and not limit support to businesses alone. Build Back Better requires that localization of public policies and the public budget be speeded up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbase, and for emphasizing leaving no one behind. And again, the importance of financing and resources, especially public sector resourcing. You highlight a lot of issues. In a sense, one can see the interlinkages between all the presentations, informality, data, it's running through all the different panelists' presentations. And let's come back to them during the open discussions. I'm not sure whether Mr. Ambrose Honoria is connected. I know he's there, but he's having connectivity issues. Mr. Honoria, are you able to connect? Are you able to connect, Mr. Honoria? Okay, if not, before I move on to the open discussion, because Mr. Mbasi, you were the last speaker, and to ask the panelists to be on standby.
Hello?
Yes. Hello, is that Mr. Honoria?
Yes, my name is Ambrose Honoria.
Yes, please go ahead and make your presentations. I was going to summarize and open the floor.
Yes, I'm sorry, I've been having connectivity problems, but permit me in a few minutes to make my brief communication. I am calling all the way from Uganda, and I would like to share this with you. I'm glad to have this opportunity to share experiences and information on Agenda 2063 on this 7th session. We applaud the UN for spearheading this crusade. Otherwise, it must be noted that we have not yet recovered from the scourge of the HIV and AIDS. And then we had a big slam on the COVID-19 pandemic. As a country, there was a policy of free education that has enabled the population to be able to understand what is going on around them. This definitely has been a long stride towards creating a better place to stay. Otherwise, COVID-19 pandemic has had a serious challenge in all the affairs that are taking place, and most of the governments, especially our government here, is heavily indebted to, and cannot be able to make this decade of action very successful, because it has to have to cater for its liabilities that it has to work on. Meanwhile, it must also be realized that most of the communities have been affected greatly, because in this area, most of the people go very far to dig, and during the lockdown, there was a total stop of the use of vehicles that were taking people to the gardens. So it affected the nutrition of the people, and it has been a very big problem. And usually in these scenarios, women suffer more. It was very difficult, as we are all aware, to see that people could even go to dig. So for the next so years, we are going to be cut out completely, and there's going to be less food in the coming years. Otherwise, the progress mode is quite visible. In this scenario, we need the aggregated data to be able to display figures that can enable us to plan appropriately. There's need to put more energy in the localization, and that should be able to help us to see how we can be able to achieve our targets. Now, our challenge basically in local governance is what we realize is that we concentrate more on giving services. Now, giving services mean that we put in less attention in the creating of awareness. And giving services is something that is on the receiving side. So not everybody participates to their full potential. Now, the other thing is that we have always had some challenges, which I want to highlight. And our challenges, the biggest one is the data collection systems, which are not accurate. Most of the data cannot be relied on, and we need to see how we can have have enough data. Now, the other challenge is that we have a big shortage of people. We have lack of champions that should be able to mount pressure on the communities, especially in the area of environment. We need champions in this sector. Now, in the last almost come to 1 year, we've been having a political activity that took a lot of time for many of the people. So many of the people focused a lot of time on the seeing how we have a peaceful election. This has also taken up some of the energy of the government officials, and it has affected the local governance, because most of the institutions of government were being used for conducting elections. Now, elections had 6 months behind, and then up to now we have the post-election era, which is also not going to give us an opportunity to be able to enhance our development faster. We have issues of electricity right now as one of the challenges, and internet. Right now I'm speaking to you, I had to go out of the area, and right now I'm speaking from the bottom of a hill to be able to communicate, and it's already dark here. But in some parts of the country, especially in some central locations, even some districts, are in areas where you cannot access internet. Now, we have stigma. People are dying, and even though we have, people are dying of COVID, of the pandemic, COVID-19. When the COVID-19 came in, it was a time that put people out of all the businesses. Then when the people did not see many people dying, people thought that the pandemic was not real. Now, when the people started dying, it caused a lot of fear. And this lot of fear has taken people aback. Now that even people in the local community do not even want to come to the trading centers. So it's even a problem getting access to these people. Now, even when we have informed them that we are soon going to get a vaccine, the people are even scared of using this vaccine because there are not enough platforms for advocacy for the use of this vaccine. Now, cross-border trade has been greatly affected because most of the things that people produce here are sold in the neighboring countries. And for a country like Uganda, there were challenges because some of the neighbors, and I want to quote this one, Tanzania for a long time had refused that there was nothing like COVID-19. Now, people were not able to get there, and they would not allow other people to come to this place. Now, we also had the challenges because most of the markets that we have are on the road. Now, during the time, most of the trucks could not come to the country. The country also lost a lot of revenue because it had to put a stop and reduce the movement of trucks. So this was a serious issue that really affected the activities that we're having here. Now, when we look at advocacy, we have to look at what audience are we going to look at, because every audience has got a particular message. And for example, when you look at the elderly, they have a separate message. So we need to communicate to them also with a different message. When you look at the youth also, they need a different message. So we need to see what kind of communication strategy is vital in this area. We'll have to try to see how we can do direct engagements. And for the local governments, we know the councils were not sitting. So it was also very difficult for make the local leaders understand or to be able to grasp, to see what information that we're going to be passed to the community, so that we can be able to achieve the success on our agenda. Now, we previously used to have sports competitions. Now, we had tournaments in the whole country, some of them sponsored by Coca-Cola, which are no longer there. And that is a serious issue that has affected us uniting people for us to disseminate information. Now, we also used to have conventions, the religious leaders and the students, usually they used to have exchange visits, and that is where we have got challenges. Now, in Uganda, there's what we call Baraza. Baraza are groups of people who are put together, but are empowered to ask and demand for accountability. Now, when barazas are in place, and like I had already previously said, that in Uganda we had what they call UPE, that is Universal Primary Education, means that almost everybody is knowledgeable and can be able to read and write. This is one of the very big steps and success stories that we have in the country, and we can no longer have these barazas But we are now looking at that if we had these barazas, then it would mean that we have accountability mechanisms. Once accountability mechanisms are in place, it is something that inspires everybody, and it puts so many people on alert, as we know that most of the challenges that
Mr. Honoria, I think we've lost you. Mr. Honoria, I think we've lost you. But thank you so much for sharing the wealth of experience from Ngora district, especially the impact of COVID-19 on resources, on the lives of the people, on schools. Thank you for sharing. And this will obviously have a high impact on the implementation of the SDGs. Let me just quickly summarize some of the points that came from the panelists before I open the floor for discussion, so that we have enough time for discussion. I want to start with
yeah, I'm having a show, what meeting? I am in.
Can you mute, please? Can you mute, Mr. Honoria? Can you mute now?
Yes.
Can you mute, and we'll move on with the program because we seem to be losing you. Let me start by quoting Mr. Mbasi: leaving no one behind and leaving no locality behind. The VLRs provide us an opportunity not to leave the localities behind. And some of the critical points that were raised by the panelists: one, the impact of COVID-19 on the implementation of the SDGs at the local level, especially with the revenues being cut down, as no trade, no schooling has been happening with the impact of COVID. So there's been a high drop of revenues. Then harnessing data for effective reporting. VRS as a basis for government planning. Then integrating all SDGs in local planning. That's the only way that SDGs can be met at the local level, if included in the planning at the local level. The national planning supporting local level planning, including allocation of resources from the national level to the local levels. Financing is key and should be considered at every level. Emerging links such as social cohesion, local contributions, and central government cooperation and advocacy. These are missing links and need to be looked at. Local government competencies. How do we improve the competencies at the local level? The importance of the private sector. The role of the local governments in greening. Informality and how to link SDGs with informality if we are to ensure that the SDGs are implemented. Measuring the impact and the implementation of the agendas. Aligning methodologies at the local and national level so that the local level is not behind the national level. Investing in local infrastructure. Greening at the local level, not just at the national level. These are some of the points that came out, and I'm sure you all picked up points that we can speak to. I will now open the floor for comments, for questions to the panelists, and I'm asking the panelists to note, as I will ask them to give a final round of comments at the end of the Q&A. Can you also make sure that you can put your comments on the chat box? You can put your comments, your observations, and especially your recommendations. We are looking to recommendations that we can take to the outcome document at the end of the forum. Please put them in the chat. Secretariat, can you help me to pick up hands as they come up? Do I see any hands?
Yes, Madam Moderator.
Yes.
There are some hands, but also there are all the questions on the chat. I see the one question from Mr. Zidoni.
Yes, please, can you read out the
of
question from Zidoni Nassim? Can you
NSO
help?
Nigeria, yes. He's saying, as was pointed out by the facilitator, the issue of the informal sector is recurrent and omnipresent in the various interventions. It is a double challenge on the statistical and how to carry out the measures of an invisible sector. In addition, in the context of the COVID-19 and economic, in the sense that the pandemic has affected much more the informal sector. So what are the recommendations? What recommendations can we make? This is the question.
And can I encourage that the recommendations don't come from the panelists alone? From the floor, if we have recommendations, please can we give recommendations so that they can be integrated in the outcome document? Panelists, please note, and at the end, I'll come back and highlight the questions that are coming from the floor rather than responding to each question as it comes up.
Yeah, can I, Madam
Can you go on,
Moderator,
please,
also I
and
see
Nassim?
Jacqueline Amangin and Umu Zakari. So perhaps we can give the floor to Jacqueline.
Jacqueline, you have the floor.
Jacqueline, please, si vous pouvez actionner votre micro. Or let me give also the floor to, oh no, it's okay, yes. Please, Jacqueline, you can go ahead.
Jacqueline, can you unmute, please?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Nassim, Jacqueline has a problem. Can you pick up the next, if there's another hand?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Jacqueline. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. This is Honorable Jacqueline Amongin, and I'm calling from Uganda. We have a challenge with the internet basically since the start of this, the forum 7 yesterday. But nevertheless, I'm excited that I've gone through now. And I would like to thank the panelists who have really taken us through sharing about the voluntary local review. I would like to talk from the context of Uganda, because from the Ugandan perspective, I think we had a collaboration with ECA, and we chose one local government, that is Ngora local government, to do the voluntary local review. Actually, it was supposed to be concluded at up to the district level before the COVID-19 came in. Otherwise, by now would be already having a wonderful report. But in brief, I would like to say, I would like to recommend that voluntary local review is the way to go. And if possible, I would propose that from this sitting, the 7th forum, there should be initiatives geared towards carrying voluntary local reviews in the different parts of the countries, so that those VLRs can be used as for those other local governments that do not do VLRs, because the VLRs help these local governments to actually review themselves at the local level before we even talk about the VNR, the voluntary national review. But the voluntary local review is very imperative. And on top of that, it helps the local governments to put government accountable, but also to budget for the specific SDGs, even before the submission of policy statements by different line ministries to Parliament. So it becomes a very good tool for us as as the local governments to implement. So I thought that I would really mention that, because I see for the case of Uganda and for the case of Zimbabwe, having been a member of the Bureau, I think that the VLR works better and should be a tool that I would like to recommend from the Ugandan context. Otherwise, thank you so much for moderating this session, and the panelists for the great presentations.
Thank you, Jacqueline, and thank you for your encouragement that voluntary local reviews work, and the example that you share from Uganda and also the examples that the minister shared from Zimbabwe shows that they are an important tool for ensuring that SDGs are implemented. Nassim, do we have any more questions or comments?
Yeah, I see Mr. Richard Tamba Mbayo. Yeah, so Mr. Richard Tamba, I'm activating your mic.
Please go ahead. Mr. Mbaye, please go ahead. I think you've been activated. Please go ahead. Your mic has been activated. Nassim?
Yeah, I see the mic activated, but if perhaps Mr. Richard Tamba is facing some
challenges. Do you have any other? Do you have any other hands that are up?
Let me activate the mic of Mr. Oh.
Or any comments on the chat box?
Sorry, I'm trying to. Yeah, Miss Faith Vududu.
Thank you so much. Hello.
We hear you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Faith Mbududu from Zimbabwe. I would like to thank everybody for the wonderful, amazing 2 days. Very informative. And I'm coming from the perspective from the young people. There was a question that was asked, how can we incorporate the private sector into ensuring that they also adhere, or they are also participative in establishing the SDGs. Now, we have seen that through the pandemic, the private sector has really faced a lot of closure. And therefore, now we're talking, okay, from the context of Zimbabwe, I've seen that there are many, many young people from my age group who have amazing, innovative ideas. However, the bridge now is how they can be put in a place where they are recognized. So if that is done, because we are seeing that technology, if we even look for those that have increased in their sales throughout the pandemic, we've seen Amazon and etc. They have increased due to how they are more focused on technical aspects of doing their business. So if we are able to integrate the ideas, the innovative ideas into businesses, and also incorporating the civil society, the governments, because if we are going to achieve sustainable development, it takes a collective effort from every sphere, from the young people, from the mature people, from those who are upcoming. It is a collective effort. So I think that is the recommendation that I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mbundudu. I take note of your comment. The innovation of young people, how can that be upscaled and supported? And when the Honorable Minister makes his closing remarks, a minute, I'll give each of the panelists a minute. He can speak to that point. Do we see anyone, Nassim?
Yeah, I see another hand, Mr. Yusuf Ndia. It's more perhaps a comment or a question, but let me give him the floor. Vous avez la parole, Monsieur Ndia.
Bonsoir à tous. Je suis Monsieur Youssouf Ndia.
Connectivity problem, but I think he has his point on the chat, Nassim, in French.
Bonsoir, je ne sais pas si on m'entend.
On vous entend, Monsieur Dia, allez-y.
Est-ce qu'on m'entend?
Oui.
Ah, bonsoir à tous. En fait, je suis Monsieur Youssouf Ndia, le directeur du suivi et évaluation au ministère du Plein Développement de la Côte d'Ivoire et en charge du suivi de la mise en œuvre des ODD. Et donc, j'ai été très intéressé par ce panel qui a un peu parlé du suivi des ODD au niveau local. Et c'est vrai que la Côte d'Ivoire ne va pas présenter son rapport volontaire cette année, mais on souhaiterait vraiment bénéficier de l'expérience des autres pays et pourquoi pas bénéficier de l'expertise de la CEA pour nous permettre de réaliser un examen volontaire au niveau local afin de pouvoir véritablement bénéficier de cette expertise-là et surtout faire en sorte qu'on puisse nous approprier de la méthodologie qui permet de faire ces examens volontaires au niveau local. Voilà, je vous remercie.
I didn't have interpretation, Nassim. I don't know if the others got interpretation. There was no interpretation.
But yeah, basically, he was saying that in Côte d'Ivoire, they are very interested by voluntary local reviews. So they are looking for support from ECA and also partners. So of course, we on the pre-event on the VNR VLS, we have presented the guidelines. So of course, following this, we'll communicate our colleagues in charge of that at ECA will communicate with the member states and different stakeholders. So we can move to another phase of support of voluntary local reviews so we are ready to help you and support you. So we'll soon communicate on that.
Thank you very much. I will follow up with you and look at the support that we can provide you. Can I just go around and ask the panelists to make one key recommendation? And where you had a question, and I think the question was to Zimbabwe, and there was an observation from Uganda. So I'll go around and ask each of the panelists just to give one key recommendation going forward. And Your Excellency, Minister July Moya, I'll start with you, one key recommendation, and then your response to the question specifically to you on youth innovation and the support and upscaling that they can get. Over to you, Your Excellency. Minister Moyo.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
The first one on informal sector, I have recommendations. First, starting with you as ECA, whether you can, during this COVID-19, look for how the best practices come out of this pandemic, how a country or a local authority has organized the informal sector in order to defeat COVID-19, at the same time creating livelihoods that are sustainable. So if we can recommend that ECA, you look at this, particularly the infrastructure that gives the informal sector a permanence in their operations. If there are success stories, we would want to know about that. The second one is what can we do to incorporate young people? In Zimbabwe, maybe Mvududu doesn't know, our universities have done incredible work during this COVID-19. The Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education had started these innovation hubs as well as industrial parks. And the young people have been tremendously innovative. And the Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education was just telling me that what they now do, if a very bright young people are coming up with innovations, they retain them at these institutions. And in one institution, there are about 40 of them who have remained at the institution so that they can move from innovation to industrial parks or to startups that can help the country, but I can tell you that every university, every college now has been involved in coming up with innovative ideas to defeat COVID-19. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Minister. Dimitri, one recommendation from you, and I think you could also talk to the Uganda, the encouragement of having more local reviews, voluntary local reviews with more local governments in Uganda. Dimitri, over to you.
Thank you so much, Tokazile. And indeed, as I've said, this is a very useful exercise. So we look forward to, as UNCDF, we look forward to working with you and with local governments on future VLRs, and in particular in the city of Arua, where we have started working on analysis of the local fiscal space. We are implementing this exercise in several locations. One of those is the city of Harare, and this is in partnership with yourselves, with the Economic Commission for Africa. We are doing a similar work with a number of counties in Kenya, in some of them in partnership with UN Habitat, so I'm very happy that our partners are there as well. In terms of the recommendation, I believe that it is important, building on what Jean-Pierre said, to rebuild the local fiscal space. Because any talk about SDG implementation without an adequate fiscal space at the local level is meaningless. How are you going to implement it if you don't have the means of implementation? So in that sense, we are talking at UNCDF about 4 R's for local government finance for recovery. The first one is to ring-fence local government revenues to prevent this precipitous fall that we have seen and ensure that they
brief, Dimitri.
Yes?
Asking you to be brief.
Yeah. Okay. So it's ring-fence local government revenues. It's reprioritize them in a smart way, reinforce budget and fiscal autonomy of local governments, and eventually rebuild fiscal space better by allowing additional fiscal competences to local governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri, for the 4 R's. Can I now ask Omar one recommendation?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think we are all embarked on this VLR movement now. But at the same time, as we heard from many interventions, a lot of progress on the democratization of this local space has been seen in a way that citizens has been engaged with their local government, but also in terms of key stakeholders in generating this data. There's another level as well we need to work. I think we need to reinforce collaboration and cooperation around this concept and avoid piecemeal approach, because we need to get into integrated and comprehensive approach to the VLR and VNR. I'm happy that ECA is leading on that, and we have very successful experience. And everybody here in this room, we are working together. So let's keep this coalition and this dynamic moving forward, because the gap is huge for Africa to reach this point where we want to be. That's my last word. Over to you, Chair. Chair, you're mute. Chair, you're mute.
Sorry. Jean-Pierre, your last recommendation?
I have 2 words. The number one is, and this is shown through our webinar, we need to seriously address the digital divide, because some of the people could not reach. They have, we missed some ideas, and we need to address this divide because we don't want to lose the golden advantage of the Africa's youth dividend. And this is where we have a serious advantage. 1 out of 2 young people on earth live in Africa, and the creativity is now concentrated in Africa, but we cannot exploit this because of this digital divide. This is my number 1. Number 2, and this is my last one, Chair, is to move forward. We need to, and I recommend this to this coalition that we are talking about. to organize a peer review program, a peer learning program among local government on the VLS in relation with, of course, UCLG Africa, which represent the voice of local governments, and APRM, which represent the peer review mechanism at the African Union. And this coalition should be pushing this program and look for funding for it. Because if you don't succeed to get the SDGs on at the local level, they will not be implemented.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. And I think digitalization is so key. COVID-19 has shown us that if we are to operate successfully virtual, we need digitalization in Africa. That covers every part of the continent. Thank you very much. I'm not sure that Honoria is still connected with the challenges that you've just spoken to Jean-Pierre on connectivity. I'm not sure that he is there.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll call you back.
I would like to say that the best way we can actually have it is to ensure that we get down to support the data collection and have it improved, because as you can see evidence that it is the only way which has helped us to be able to see how the COVID-19 pandemic has been able to make life very difficult for us. So we need to see how we can enforce that sector and have more financing so that we can have disaggregated data.
Thank you very much. And I took note that there are some comments and recommendations that have been put in the chat box. We'll take note of those, and where there are recommendations, include them in the outcome document that session that will take to the main session. Let me thank the panelists for the interesting presentation, rich presentation, and hand over to the chair. The chair, over to you. Over to you, sir. Chair, I'm handing back to you. Hello, Chair.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chokozil, for having moderated this roundtable. I would like to thank Minister Moyo and Commissioner Honoria. Thanks also to the other panelists for their presentations and communications, which I think have enlightened us on the challenges, but also on the opportunities that at the local level, what local authorities and cities are doing and what they can do. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear the end of the communication of Commissioner Honoria due to technical issues. I wonder if he can send by email his communication to the Secretariat so that it is taken into account in the outcome document. I particularly did appreciate how our very distinguished panelists mentioned concrete situations they live on the ground at the local level, and also how they did outline ways to build better, I want to say, the post-COVID-19 world. I won't try to sum up given the time, but if I may, I just want to say that as rightly pointed out by Honorable Minister Moyo, you can't recover at the national level if you don't recover at the local level. So I would say it could be a motto for cities and local authorities worldwide during this COVID-19 crisis situation. I think another motto could be leaving no locality behind, as stated by Mr. Mbasi. I would say this issue of no locality or territorial area behind is currently one of the highest priorities of the Algerian government. The issue of equity in allocation of resources, local vulnerabilities, and how to address disparities between localities throughout the national territories are at the top priority of the government. So, as I said, given the time, I think I will leave it there and conclude this roundtable on this note. Apologies to those who ask questions on the chat without getting a response. Time flies, and not sufficient time to address all the questions. But as Tokosil said, they will be taken into account in the recommendations. So thanks again to everyone. I would ask the Secretariat if they wish to make any announcement or share information for tomorrow's sessions. I have seen in the chat a participant, I think from the Republic of Congo, asking whether it is possible to share PowerPoint presentations, which I personally found very informative. So I think it's a great idea. So if the Secretariat can assist also with this issue. Floor to the Secretariat, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Oui. Merci beaucoup. Effectivement, le secrétariat va veiller à ce que les présentations soient disponibles sur le site du forum. Nos travaux reprendront demain à partir de 9 h en session parallèle. Et dans chaque session, on approfondira le débat sur les différents ODD, donc 1, 2, 3, 8, 10, 12, 13, 16 et 17. Donc on aura d'abord 4 sessions parallèles, de 9 h à 11 h, heure de Brazzaville, et 5 sessions parallèles de 11h15 à 13h15, toujours heure de Brazzaville. Pour terminer, j'invite tous les participants à voir le lien que nous avons mis sur le chat box, en nous inspirant des paroles de notre grand frère et ami Jean-Pierre Elambassi sur l'importance de la digitalisation, le fait que la digitalisation est cruciale, pour vous inviter à un stand d'exposition virtuelle où à la fois vous pouvez approfondir votre connaissance sur la CEA, mais également avoir accès à des réalisations artistiques sur les ODD, faites en utilisant bien sûr les outils digitaux mis à notre disposition, et ça montre toute la créativité qu'il peut y avoir sur le continent et la réactivité également en utilisant ces outils pour continuer à innover, à exprimer des choses de manière également artistique. On vous souhaite une excellente soirée. La journée a été très longue, mais riche et très intéressante. Monsieur le Président, merci beaucoup pour cette session et bonsoir à tout le monde et à demain.
Sim, est-ce qu'on a pu identifier des chais pour les sessions parallèles? D'habitude, il y a des chais qui proviennent, les présidents qui proviennent des bureaux.
Nous avons une réunion avec le bureau à la suite de cette session. Nous avons identifié l'essentiel des présidents et nous allons finaliser ça juste après. Monsieur le Président de session, je pense qu'on peut...
Vous m'entendez? Alors, je dis
c'est bon,
à tout le monde. La séance est levée et puis à demain. Très bonne soirée à tous et à toutes.